Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Achalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff. And I welcome each and every one of you who is joining us today. I welcome all of you who are joining us on Facebook, on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and as well all of the e-Kailasians who are gathered across the world and who are gathering as well from all the different devalayas, the annalayas, the goshalas, gurukuls. I welcome each and every one of you. And I welcome all of the viewers who are joining us, no matter the background, nations, time zones, language. Welcome each and every one of you for this digital experience with the divine. Swamiji beautifully always says, always gives us the assurance that we are a possibility. You are a possibility. You are not an end product. And you always have the possibility to awaken the higher consciousness in you. You have the possibility to make your life as you want it. Today, in this program, we'll be seeing how exactly we can manifest this ultimate possibility. And you can manifest the life that you have always wanted, the life that you wanted to enjoy here on planet Earth. Many of us might be feeling problems in several different ways, and across the board, many people, I should say billions, are feeling stuck, unfinished tasks that are yet to complete, where we had invested our time, we had invested our life and energy. However, in some way or form, it's still not manifesting yet. For example, the global unemployment rate is at around 6.47%. And that means that millions of us across the world are out of a job. We're not having job stability, and we're not able to bear the responsibility of our children, our kids, and our spouses, our families, who are all dependent on us to earn and to have the basics in our life. The life expectancy in the last 2 years, since COVID-19 has started, has dropped 2 years, in especially United States and also in India. The life expectancy of men and women has reduced by 2 years. And it's halting the plans of millions across the world who wanted to start a new family. But now we're considering, do we want to bring new life? And life itself here is the life expectancy is drastically reducing, and as well so many people are at risk still to having health conditions, and so many people are vulnerable to not being taken care of. And also, at one point, many of us who might have thought that we're looking forward to a bright future ahead of us, now parents across the world who have children who are going to school are seeing that many times the behavioral problems in their children are going in the negative way. In fact, 34.71% of parents in a recent study had reported that there was behavioral problems in their children that they attributed to the pandemic and virtual schooling. By behavioral problems, we just mean having stress in their lives, and completely negativity of the outside, being affected by that. So as you can see, whether it is in our jobs, our academic careers, or our financial life, or our relationships with family, in every aspect, so many of us are feeling stuck. This exact question, a sentiment, is felt by millions across the world, I'm sure, was asked to Devi Parashakti in one of the recent Devi revelations. Swamiji beautifully gives a solution even before the Devi Akashic reading, saying that all doshas are nothing but incompletions that we carry inside of us. We find the root patterns from where the snake fear started in you, and you complete the root pattern, you will be free from Naga dosha. And all our doshas are nothing but incompletions. And Swamiji says, completion releases you from all karmas, whether it is Naga dosha, astrological doshas, Vastu doshas, or Shani dosha, Rahu dosha. You will be relieved from all doshas just by completion, just through the completion. So all of us can just sit and practice completion, and we'll have a solution for any dosha, for any malefic effect of the of the planets on us. Above all of this, however, The easiest and fastest path to complete completion is the grace of the Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has come down as the avatar and is blessing, attending, guiding, and ultimately taking care of each and every one of us. And not only this, there's a beautiful verse from the Guru Gita that tells exactly what the fate of unfinished tasks is. And I'll just be chanting that verse. Asiddham sadayet karyam navagraha bhayapaham dushapna nashanam shaiva shushapna faladayakam. It means repeating the Guru Gita aligns one's life with the Guru. It brings good dreams to fruition and curtails bad dreams. Fear of astrological influence of the 9 planets is diminished, and unfinished tasks become easy to complete. Over the next few hours, you can ultimately transcend the overwhelming toxicity created through this pralaya, this raging pralaya, through the Parashakti Akashic reading program. And we'll see how we can dissect this negativity, the burden that we feel, and officially unstuck ourselves from the pralaya that is ongoing. And now, before we go on into that, let's have a brief introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, without whom we would not be able to enjoy this science today, the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of feeling at one with the divine, at one with the source of all existence through a certain aspect. So during Devi Parashakti Darshan, we have the darshan, and we'll completely experience being one with the source through the aspect of Devi. And darshan actually means to have a glimpse of. Darshan is something that is there from the very beginning, and is like, just like how the sun radiates light at all times. Darshan is an experience radiated by the avatar at all times. But when we have a glimpse of that, that is the moment that we call darshan. And you can have darshan of Archavataras, the deities, or the Nijavataras. And both are holding the superconscious energy, or physical representations of the superconscious energy. And however, for Archavataras, human beings might not be ready to be able to grasp and be able to imbibe the superconscious energy. However, for the Nijavataras, you can simply imbibe all of the superconscious energy that they are radiating. And it happens through a physical phenomenon called mirror neurons, which we'll be learning later on in this program. But just to say that there are so many different scientific evidences for everything that we are experiencing today in this program, whether it is meditation or the Bhava Samadhi Darshan or superconscious breakthrough and manifestation of powers. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done so much in order to ensure that these are having backup, having evidence from the scientific community. And not only that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done so much to contribute and enrich each and every one of us through the nation of Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyanda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, from a very young age, from birth itself, was recognized by his predecessors, the enlightened masters and spiritual adepts, who had been extremely influential in the field of spirituality for at least the last 21st century. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the power manifestation science as a lifestyle for the whole humanity as well. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam of the Kailashonata Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam as of the 29th of April 2012, after which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of the oldest Hindu papal state, the Madurai Adinam, after which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had began the socio-spiritual and the religious activities, reviving all of the temples, the Madurai Adinam, and the temples associated with it. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the successor of the Arunachala Sarvagna Pita by his Guru Parampara at the age of 16, as you are seeing the Guru Parampara here, and founded the mission, the Nityananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally at the age of 21. You can see a couple of the most photos of that period as well, and founded the Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Pitam at the age of 24 on the 4th of November 2002. You're seeing some of the photos from the Bhumi Puja, the puja to consecrate the very land on which you began construction in 2002, and as well declared as the successor of the Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvagna Pitam. You're seeing here the devotees of the Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvagna Pitam offering Abhishekam to Swamiji during the coronation, and as well the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Srangi Samrajam of the Surya Vamsa lineage on the 31st of December 2004, the reviver of the Adi Pallava Sarvagna Pitam from 2007 when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was 29, and as well coronated as the successor of the Kashi Sarvagna Pitam at age 30. And officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, or the supreme spiritual head of the Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order, the youngest Mahamandaleshwar at the age of 35. And coronated as the Guru Mahasamidhan of extremely ancient mathas, the Tanjavur Adinam, the Tiruvarur Adinam, the Vedaranyam Adinam, as well as the Panchanadikulam Adinam, all of which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had become coronated as a successor in the year 2014, and when Swamiji had started socio-spiritual activities such as Amnadhan, medical care, and religious activities as well for the deities in these adinams, and in order to ensure that the rituals are offered and the ritualistic practice is unbroken from the time that these deities were consecrated. And today also the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasamidhanam of the Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam in 2015. And coronated as the Guru Mahasamidhanam of Adi Pita Kolada Mutt at the age of 37 in 2015. You're seeing Sri Shanti Veera Mahaswami from the Kolada Mutt coronating the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was also elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu pontiffs at the age of 36 in 2015. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered and respected as the most prolific and most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism. And not only that, with 26 years of hard work, relentless and tireless humanitarian services, initiatives including free vegetarian food bank, medical services, natural disasters, women empowerment, conflict resolution, and peace initiatives. He's authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, and translated over 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. And as well, you can see all of the books and download about which might be of interest to you at www.books.nityananda.org. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made each and every one of these books completely freely available in order to enrich your life spiritually. And today, the books have had 20 million copies sold, read, and downloaded, as well as the articles that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism published. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of the Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and 20 million digital books. With over 10,000 hours of discourses and over 1 billion views on social media. And respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures such as the Upanishad, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Ashtavakra Gita, and the Jain Sutras. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as the leader of Hinduism and the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, who is recognized also today by the California State Senate and the U.S. Senate, as well as the U.S. House of Representatives, and acclaimed as the top 100 spiritually influential personalities by Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. And the reviver of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nityananda Order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora who are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries. And the establisher of over 1,000 Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems. And as well the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvagna Pitas. So that brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. And we're going to be entering into the next segment, which is the demonstration of extraordinary powers. And we'll be right back with you after a quick break.
Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Nityananda Paramashivam. Shivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुगदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam, welcome to today's Manifesting Extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva and Parashakti. Today, as part of today's Power Manifestation segment, we're going to be looking at the different power manifestation of Paramashiva. Starting off with reading with your eyes completely blindfolded, seeing and manifesting this power by the space of oneness. The Balasans, Nitya and the Yogis, the initial disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experience and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers which is awakened in us through the Diksha initiation. In today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will be manifesting the following powers, which is the third eye, seeing with your eyes blindfolded. Third eye is the cosmic browsing center, which is located between your brows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye, just as you do with your two eyes. So what are Shaktis? In the Vedagamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, the divine powers. Shaktis are described as a system, method, science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental recognition that you are divine. You need to manifest divine, and not you are man. You need to reach divine. So what are the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis? Shaktis expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. The Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar. The Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent. Siddhis may divert you from the space of enlightenment. Paramashiva is a primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As a fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, the five cosmic acts of Shristi, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Throbhava, pulling out a illusion, and Anugraha, which is liberating grace for all living entities. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, is an 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced science. It was where the power Shaktis was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at record-breaking pace never accomplished before. The knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed on from one generation to the next through Diksha initiation by the enlightened gurus. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiation and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation. From the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra and Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashivam and Paramashivam. So, how to awaken the divine Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, which is a jnana, mapped into your consciousness, prajna, manifests as a possibility and power of every being, prajnana. Now, let us watch the short video of which is Diksha, initiation from the avatar to a disciple.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavantyeva Prasangyastu Bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya Na Siddhihi Na Cha Sadgatihi Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422.
The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidence, which are called pramana. Shastra Pramana, which are the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramana, which are the experience and results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science. Atma Pramana, which are the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivam, Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar, personal experience of power manifestation. Praktiksha Pramana, which are called empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus, where Vedas are the pure science with ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures with applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, which are called the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from the Shastra source scriptures is called Shastra Pramana. Let us now get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. We have the Shastra Pramana, which is a scriptural reference to manifest this power of third eye. कपालान्तर्मनोऽन्यस्य तिष्ठन्मीलितलोचनः क्रमेण मनसो दाद्याद् लक्षयेद् लक्ष्यमुत्तमम्. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by the stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. Atma Pramana, where Bhagavan Krishna very beautifully initiates and give a blessings to Arjuna to have the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. In the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains a description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by him as Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through his third eye. In Swamiji's own words, which is the Atma Pramana, in the first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 directions below me, everything I realized, not only was able to see, I was able to feel, experience all of that as me.
The whole
Praktiksha Pramana, which are called the study measures and comparing metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states. When you're doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. When you are in the deep samadhi state, or the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the brain is rest at peace. Sakshi Pramana is which this rare sacred science of third eye awakening is being made available to humanity for the ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embodies the most profound yogic state that surpass all bounds of time, space and matter. Swamiji is gifting this pure great science of third eye awakening along with many other spiritual sciences through initiation Diksha. Millions of people have been initiated by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary powers in their everyday life. Let us now get ready to witness a very unique, exciting Sakshi Pramana demonstration of the power of third eye with the Balasans and Nityananda yogis. Now we'll be entering the live demonstration, Sakshi Pramana, which is witnessing the power of third eye, seeing and reading with your eyes completely blindfolded. Today, having this segment, we'll be reading out a few powerful cognitions from the Living Enlightenment book from the subjects of love and worry. So let us all see and look in what Swamiji has to tell all of us on the subjects of love and worry from the Living Enlightenment books, which is the Jivan Mukti, the book of Paramashiva himself. Where Swamiji very beautifully tells that I'm not here to prove I'm God, I'm here to prove every single individual consciousness out there is God. Let us all now connect ourselves in the space of oneness to manifest the powers of Paramashiva, remembering him, Swamiji, in our third eye and in inner space, and chanting the Mahavakya for quite some time. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let the Mahavakya and the mantras settle in all of us, having us connected to Swamiji and whatever reality we want to connect and manifest as presence, as an happening in each and every one of our life. Let it happen through this power manifestation. Now, let us all take a few minutes and chant the Mahavakya along, remembering Swamiji in our third eye, having us presence in all our life to manifest all our reality and ultimately achieving the space of enlightenment, the space of Paramashivatva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Love in relationships. In real life, we always look to express out love towards others in some tangible way. Only if love is demonstrated in tangible form, it is considered to be love nowadays. True love is like a communion. It is a renaissance between two beings. It can be felt without any expression. It doesn't need communication because it is already happening, is a communion. What is meant by worry? Question mark. Worry arises whenever things are not happening as you want them to happen. It is a discrepancy between your expectation and reality. For example, you feel your son should stay at home with you, whereas he feels he should be by himself, away from you. You feel your galaxy should be few thousands. Your salary should be few thousands dollars. Few $1,000s more. Your boss feels otherwise. You want to you want to finish your project by a certain time. For things are happening too slowly. But things are happening too slowly and it seems an impossible task. These are all causes for worry. What you want and what expect does not match what others want and expect. When the thoughts are different, the dilemma becomes different. The stress of suffering or worrying becomes part of our being. If the worry or stress is taken away from us, we feel lonely. We feel we are missing something. When we enter into old age, there won't be much to worry about because no one will expect us to solve any problems. If you watch elderly people, even if their children are married and sometimes even their grandchildren are married, they will sit religiously every day and and read read the wanted bride and groom column in the newspaper. So just be reading this three posts of from the Living Enlightenment book, choosing it out and randomly reading from the powerful cognition. So some experience or some click you many of us may have received now. Just be reading this topic subjects on love and worry. So we'll be having more of this manifestation in the upcoming days. With this, we'll come to the conclusion of today's power manifestation segment, where we connected ourselves in the space of oneness with Paramashiva and manifested this power of third eye, reading with your eyes completely blindfolded. By the end of today's Parashakti's Akashic reading session, we'll be having the guided power manifestation session step by step to lead all of us to manifest this power of Paramashiva. Stay tuned for the next session after a short break. Thank you, Nityanandam.
Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Nityananda Ananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam.
Nityanandam, welcome back to all the participants after the power demonstration. I hope that you are able to see, for many of you for the first time, how the powers manifest and what the possibility is that lies ahead of you. Something beyond what you had imagined. And the possibility that what you want to make your life as is absolutely impossible just with this science. Now let us enter into the next segments where we're going to be introduced to the divine cosmic beings, to Devi Parashakti herself. And today, as we are understanding the significance of Navagrahas, we're understanding the Navagrahas and the effects of Navagrahas on each and every one of us. Let us see specifically how Devi Parashakti manifested as Navagraha Nayaki, the one who rules over all of the planets and the one who is literally the source of all the planets. In this segment, we're going to be understanding some of the sutras, the shastras, from the different Vedic scriptures, and understanding the source of the descriptions of Devi, and understanding the higher context of Devi Parashakti, and finally understanding how we can best receive Devi Parashakti, how we can experience Devi Parashakti in our lives with utmost gratitude and have her presence in our lives. So now let us begin by chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, understanding the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashaktis. And this Dhyana Shloka, the first one, is from the Rig Veda, where Devi Parashakti says, I move along with the Rudras and also with the Vasus. I wander with the Adityas and Vishvadevas. I hold aloft both Mitra and Varuna, and also the Indra and Agni, and the Ashwin twins too. This Devi Parashakti is describing how she is the source of all of these primordial energies. Rudra, Deva, and all of these energies are our oldest energies, the very source of existence. So, and she is the very source of each and every one of them. Devi Parashakti continues, I uphold and cherish the Soma, the exuberant plant that is pressed out for the delight of gods. I am the supporter of the divine sculptor and craftsman, Vatsvar and Bhaga, and Pushan too. I am the giver of the fruits of the sacrifices and grant the wealth of oblation to the mindful Devas. Devi Parashakti continues in the next verse, saying, I am the ruling queen, the authority and a master of treasures, full of wisdom, first of those who are worthy of worship through yajna. It is me the Devas have installed in many places, in many directions, with many homes for me to enter and abide in. As you can see, in these verses, Devi Parashakti is describing how she is the embodiment of all energies, the very source of each and every one inside of us, the very being that resides inside of us. So now, with this, we'll be seeing a few more the Dhyana shlokas. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti, the cosmic mother, is the cosmic womb from which billions and billions of sources of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and black hole goes on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even in now, and in which all of us are going to merge. Devi is described by Paramashiva in Kamikagama and expanded by the great saint called Tirumula as Bhuvane, Brahmandayuni. Bhuvane means goddess of the whole universe, and Bhuvaneshwari is called Bhuvane. And her Brahmandayoni is the cosmic womb from which all of us came. So this represents the whole energy, and Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, at the mere age of just 6 or 7, had the darshan of this Brahmanda Yoni, the Sri Chakra. The Sri Chakra is the geometric representation of the whole universe and represents the sacred feminine energy. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the darshan at the mere age of 6 and 7, and he carved the Sri Chakra, which he saw in his darshan, in copper plate, in a copper sheet. And that is today everyday worship by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism since then and until today. And it will be there to worship by all of the sannyasis, all of Kailasa for thousands of years. This worship of the Divine Mother is such an inherent, such a deep part of the very spiritual practice of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully says, all great things start with the mother. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, gracing us, answering all of our prayers, answering all of our questions, and giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivam itself. In the words of Devi Parashakti, she guides each and every one of us to pray to the Navagrahas in order to transcend the feeling that we have, each and every one of us, of being stuck. Devi Parashakti guides in the process, take the Atmalinga, keep in your Sahasrara Chakra, and meditate on the Navagrahas, who are the manifestation of Parashakti, Parameshwari. Connect yourself with the Navagrahas now. All the grievances will leave. The powers of Paramashiva will be bestowed on you. I am bestowing you with good grace, overflowing in Shivamaya, Mother Parashakti in the form of Navagrahas. Overflowing is a great grace that does good to the world, doing good to all of you, destroying all the bad. Mother, I am bestowing with great grace, as Sarva Mangalamai, as Sarva Mangala Swarupini, clearing all your grahadoshas, entering your being in the form of Navagraha Sukta, doing all goodness, freeing all of you from the Maya and Pralaya. I am giving goodness. I am bestowing all the good. Now, how can we receive Devi Parashakti in the best way that gives us the transformation that we want? Literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi, and coin is considered to be the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. Can be the lowest value in India, can even be 1 paise. You can offer that to Devi, and after the darshan is over, do namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut, and take it as prasadam immediately. And you can collect those coins and send it to the Los Angeles temple, the Kailasa in Los Angeles. And this betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you of the highest ambition for life, the highest consciousness. So here you can see a sample of the two betel leaf, the one banana, the one betel nut, and the one coin that you can offer. And other optional items are glass bangles and red vastam. Usually Devi Parashakti adores these items and she accepts these items as her favorite as well. It's just on offering that we're giving out of gratitude. Bangles, vastram, it's for our mother, give these items. Now that brings us to a conclusion of that segment in today's program, introducing us to Devi Parashakti. And now we'll be entering into the next segment, the Akashic reading of Devi Parashakti. We'll be understanding the revelations of Devi Parashakti that she made on the Navagrahas, how they will help us transcend being stuck right now in this time. And we'll be understanding the revelation that Devi Parashakti had given, and we'll be beginning to understand Navagrahas, how they work, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has learned personally and also has taught, has revived as the science of Jyotisha. In these few minutes, I invite each and every one of you to like, subscribe, to register as an e-Kailashian, and you can make sure that you are today joining and becoming a part of Kailasa. It's a wonderful opportunity with more than 7,000 videos and so much benefits on the Kailasa's SPH YouTube channel. You can become a member of our YouTube channel today. And not only that, you'll be able to have so many more benefits with becoming a member. Now, in the Guru Padaka Stotram, composed by Sri Adi Shankaracharya around 1,000 years back, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padaka, sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. And I'll just be chanting that verse just in order to remind us of that sacred sentiment that Adi Shankaracharya sings about. Adi Shankaracharya had sung, Ananta samsara samudradara naukayitabhyam Sri Guru Bhakti Kabhyam Vairagya Samrajada Pujanabhyam Namo Namaha Sri Guru Padukabhyam. And this means salutations to the sandals of my Guru, whose very feet is the boat that helps me cross this Ananta Samsara Samudra, the ocean of suffering in Maya. Many of us all over the world feel stuck in the same kind of ocean, stormy, raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of suffering. Not seeing an end to this in every direction is just endless sea. Many of us in the Pralaya right now are feeling this exact way. But it's at this time the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of the superconsciousness, out of his love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for superconsciousness breakthrough of the whole humanity, is manifesting as Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, and guiding and healing the world as literally the boat that sails us through this Pralaya. You might feel as though you are sinking, you might feel as though you have no hope, but understand, as long as we are with and we are under the guidance, the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and we're just taking care. Literally, Devi Parashakti herself is taking care at this moment, removing all of our pain and suffering, healing us and manifesting miracles. And Devi has not just attended to us individually, but also humanity at large. And in this way, she has given profound spiritual secrets, sacred profound secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. She has showed us the future regarding global issues, even the COVID pandemic, the Third World War, the natural disasters like fires, floods, and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars, which have not yet been surfaced to the common knowledge. Devi Parashakti has guided each and every one of us in these ways, and we've seen how her guidance is the most apt way of delivering the secrets to humanity. Her guidance comes right in time before calamities happen. This segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, the scientific, and the scriptural references of each sacred revelation and the guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti, especially on how people are feeling stuck across the globe in every walk of life. We're also going to be seeing how meditating on the Navagrahas, the solution that Devi Parashakti had given, is a solution for this pralaya. So without further delay, let's get right into it. And I invite, if you want to share this with your family and friends, you feel that this is interesting, that perhaps you know of people who could benefit from this information, then you can go ahead and make sure that you are sharing with all of your family and friends. Now let's understand the revelation of Devi Parashakti from the 23rd of August 2021 on the solution for feeling stuck during this pandemic. We'll be right back with you. Sorry for the technical glitch.
You are feeling stuck. Listen. Feeling stuck in the life is due to pralaya. Everyone all over the world is feeling stuck in the life. Meditate on Navagrahas. Connect with Navagrahas. Pray to Navagrahas. You will be free from this suffering of feeling stuck and insecurity. Om. Om.
Yes. Though short, the solution given by Devi Parashakti is extremely profound. Yes. Devi Parashakti tells us how we can meditate and connect with the Navagrahas to free ourselves from feeling stuck. Now, let us look at some of the evidences to show how people are feeling stuck across the world, how people are not able to cope during this time and are feeling so many different blockages in their life in different ways. People feeling stuck, whether in health, wealth, relationships, life, or spirituality, power manifestation, wherever you are feeling stuck, it is because of the pralaya. The pralaya gives you the delusion of wrong direction. It makes you feel stuck. Meditate now and connect and pray to the Navagrahas. You'll be free from this suffering of feeling stuck and insecurity. Devi Parashakti had responded to a prayer from a devotee saying, meditate on the Navagrahas, they will remove your feeling stuck. Listen, feeling stuck in life is due to the Pralaya. Everyone all over the world is feeling stuck in life. Meditate on the Navagrahas, connect with the Navagrahas, pray to the Navagrahas, and you'll be free from this suffering of feeling stuck in insecurity. Everyone connected, sitting with us all over the world, I am seeing continuously everywhere people feeling stuck, whether it is in health or wealth, relationships, life. This pralaya will make you feel your very room like a prison. The power of this pralaya will break your mind and crush your being, to the extent that you start to feel your very room is the prison. The only way to destroy this and be connected to the Navagrahas is to connect to Navagrahanayaki Parameshwari. Take the Atmalinga and keep it in your Sahasrara Chakra and meditate on the Navagrahas, who are the embodiments. This are all sourced from Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti continued, Annai Parameshwari Parashakti, Paramashakti, Navagrahanayaki will manifest in all of you. For the great grace of the Navagrahas to overflow in you, she will do good grace. I am bestowing with good grace. Overflowing in Shiva Maya, Mother Parashakti in the form of Navagrahas, overflowing is a great grace that does good to the world, doing good to all of you, destroying all of bad. So today, in this next few minutes, we're just going to see a couple of the evidences that prove and show how people are stuck and how people are feeling stuck. Across the world, we're seeing so many people who are going through breakups or divorce, people who are no longer planning to expand their families, people who are losing jobs, and in many places how the suicidal rate is increasing, and as well an effect on the real estate and so much more. The pandemic is causing stress in breakups and divorces in the first layer. And many scientists, many people associate this to mental health problems that are linked to the pandemic, especially now when we're feeling so much more anxiety and depression. It's tearing families apart. People are feeling more burdened and feeling more angry, more frustrated at the situation that life is showing them. In fact, leading British law firm scientist Stewart's logged at 122% increase in inquiries about divorce between July and October. And SIPK, another online search for online advice, recorded a 34% increase in the sale of basic divorce agreement. So this increase in divorce rate is showing us that many people are going through a huge down right now. And in the front of relationships, they are, of course, feeling stuck. Relationship experts believe that even strong couples who weren't facing problems before the pandemic and have avoided major shifts in the household, the health or dynamics, may also be susceptible now to breakups. Because what the pandemic has done is destroy the well-established routines that each and every one of us have. And when we are removed from that, our mind becomes unstable. We're no longer based in our happy foundation, and that reflects in all different kinds of beings. And so many people are feeling this, that there's a new COVID buzzword of languishing that is associated with people feeling stuck during the pandemic. Languishing is the latest COVID buzzword as people feel stuck in the waning days of the pandemic. And from the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania, professor and TED Talk host wrote that languishing is the neglected middle child of mental health. It's the void between depression and flourishing, the absence of well-being. You don't have symptoms of mental health, but you're not quite the picture of mental health either. You're not functioning at full capacity. And he described that it is literally being devoid of positive emotion and towards life and is not functioning well, either psychologically or socially. And of course, we're seeing this across the board in people who are feeling this languishing. This feeling is far more than the people who are diagnosed with mental health disorders or feeling serious depression or clinical depression. And another scary aspect of this is that many people who are in this stage, this languishing stage, are often going to escalate their feelings of depression, their feelings of anxiety, and lead to further and further problems. Not only is it the depression and the mental health at stake right now, but also, of course, our physical health. Due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the US and as well as in India, there's a 2-year decrease on the life expectancy of human beings. Not only that, despite spending more time at the home due to the pandemic, in the US is midst of a baby bust, not a baby boom. US births have been falling for nearly a decade from 2019, and there was 300,000 fewer births and fewer babies that are expected. And many people are associating this to the turbulent labor market. Of course, that if there's no job stability, then there's no way to provide for another extra member of the family. Devi Parashakti kept on reminding each and every one of us during this time, the effect of COVID-19 does not just stop with people losing life, but also the irreversible effect on health and the livelihood of people. This effect is felt in our economy, the mental health, and each human being's social structure, which is tumbling down. People are feeling stuck as millions are losing their job, and there's a decline in the real estate market as well. According to the International Labor Organization, we're seeing that 81 million jobs were lost because of the pandemic over the course of the last 2 years, and the Pacific labor market has been seeing the drastic effects of this on this right now. The US residential real estate also is suffering as well. And we're going to be seeing also one of the evidences from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis to see exactly how this is happening. So yes, as you can see, we're having a website of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, which is telling us the impact of COVID-19 on the residential real estate has gone down. The COVID-19 pandemic significantly affected the US residential real estate market during the spring months. Because of health concerns, stay-at-home orders, and economic uncertainty, many metros areas experienced a noticeable effect. And another shocking statistics is that emergency department visits for suspected suicide attempts among US girls ages 12 to 17 have increased during the COVID pandemic. And we're seeing that from February to March 2021, there's a 51% increase from the same period in 2019. So as you saw, whether it is divorce rate, breakups, or whether it is the down in the real estate market, or whether it is a risk of suicide, or the job loss, everything is having an effect on each and every one of us right now. And it's not just showing the mental health state, but also the state of all of our work, all of our paths, our future itself. At this time, it's important that we are taking the solutions that Devi Parashakti is guiding, meditating on the Navagrahas. Meditating on the Navagrahas has science-based benefits. And here are 12, just 12 that we've listed down here. One is reducing stress, controlling anxiety, promoting emotional health, enhancing self-awareness, lengthening attention span, and reducing reducing age-related memory loss, and many more. Another study from the Cambridge University Press reiterates the necessity of meditation during the times of crisis, where it says here, meditation and mindfulness are practices that can support healthcare professionals, patients, carers, and other general public during a time of crisis, such as the global pandemic caused by COVID-19. And prayer and spirituality protects emotional health as well by offering a bigger sense of purpose. A connection to a greater power or truth can give you a sense of purpose and meaning beyond what you feel is your day-to-day experience. It can also provide social support. Through practicing your spirituality, you may become involved with a community of like-minded people. And also lifting your spirit, activities related to your spiritual practice or community involvement, such as singing and music, has positive effects on your emotional health. And of course, it helps you cope with difficulties. Spirituality or religion can provide a framework for dealing with unexpected negative events. A September 2015 report published in the Health Psychology found that when researchers followed 191 people with congestive heart failure for 5 years, they found that those who reported feeling spiritual peace and who also made some healthy lifestyle changes were significantly more likely to live longer than their peers. So in this way, we're seeing the first way that just meditating on the Navagrahas can bring so much more peace inside of us. Now, let us understand some more scientific backing behind doing meditation and achieving higher levels of superconsciousness. From experiments conducted on the Avatar himself in 2005, this is a conference led by Dr. Sri Murali Krishna. Where you can see exactly how the scientific evidence has been conducted for the, sorry for the technical glitch, we'll be right back with those videos and we'll be watching and understanding how there's been scientific evidence. How in 2005, the global scientific community literally had opened a gateway into the superconsciousness. And while in many ways science is just catching up to spirituality and the spiritual sciences, the sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the yogic sciences, there's been, it's due to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his sheer dedication. Today we are able to understand how meditation has such a profound
Nityananda
effect.
participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murali Krishna, President COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nityananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that. Because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They're replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here. Right in the middle. Probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life, so the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure chemicals. You eat the same thing with your pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human being experiences involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya spiritual healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data.
Yes. Subsequently after
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences
Subsequently, after the 2005 research, in 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had conducted further research on healing and the effects of healing. In 2006, it showed that it conducted experiments during a healing process, and the experiments that were conducted was when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was actively healing a patient who was a paraplegic, meaning that he was bound to a wheelchair and he could not move his body. But we saw in his brain how the exact brain function of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, what is happening, the higher brain activity that we saw that Dr. Murali Krishna had described was happening in the brain of a participant who Swamiji was healing. That shows us the profound effect of meditation on another being. Even just being in the present, not actively being apart or not actively meditating, but just being in the presence of an avatar and watching, having the darshan of the avatar, has so much of a profound effect on each and every one of us. And of course, not only do we see that there are effects of the incarnations on us and that superconscious energy on us, but also effects of the planets and the grahas on human beings. Planets itself affect electromagnetic waves in the whole atmosphere. And this is scientifically proven. Brain waves are also a form of electromagnetic waves and hence affected with change in the position of the planet. So if the position of the planet is moving, then the electromagnetic waves are also being fluctuating, and also ourselves, our own brains, emotions, our physiology is also changing. And I invite each and every one of you, if you'd like to, you can go to the books.nithyananda.org and see some of the evidence for yourself in the book called Mystic Phenomenon Scientific Data of all the research conducted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. This will ensure that you can see exactly how the effect is very real. So in March of 1951, an American radio engineer, John H. Nelson, discovered that there was a degradation in the propagation of radio waves with respect to different positions of planets and at different angles. Now, of course, what do radio waves have to do with humans? Radio waves, as we know, are a form of electromagnetic waves, and even human brain cells emit electromagnetic waves, which are better known as brain waves. Now, both radio waves and brain waves are a form of electromagnetic waves. Here, brain waves are a weaker form of electromagnetic waves, which are very hard to measure, unlike radio waves. Now, brain waves doesn't have any interference with the radio waves, which are stronger than brain waves. If certain position of planets in space can cause disruption in propagation of radio waves, then it can also affect human brains too. Dr. Percy Simon, a British astrophysicist, had done experiments on this, and as well as geomagnetism. It is observed that the magnetic field of Earth changes daily and seasonally. And this fluctuation has an effect on the geomagnetism. It has an effect on the brain. Thus, geomagnetism plays a major role in brain and body development. When each and every one of us are in the womb itself, when we are all feti, and has an effect on every single organism as well. The Earth's magnetic field changes regularly, thereby affecting the magnetic compounds in the cerebellum in similar ways during the brain development, resulting in similar personality traits for those developing at similar times and similar locations. And Dr. Harold S. Bird, professor of anatomy at Yale's Medical School, also states that the complex magnetic field not only establishes the patterns of human brain at birth, but also regulates its control in life. And behind this is the science of Navagrahas. Now let us see the Shastra Pramana for Navagrahas. Where it says, Adityaya cha Somaya Mangalaya Budaya cha Guru Shukra Sanibhyascha Rahuve Ketave Namaha. A very profound verse that shines light on each and every one of the Navagrahas, declaring that we are in absolute oneness with the Navagrahas. Stories and descriptions about the Navagrahas as well as their impacts are found throughout our epics, such as Ramayana and Mahabharata. And it's needless to say that Ramayana and Mahabharata outdate all the scientific evidence that we had just discussed. Before we know in modern day science, our Hindu rishis and ancient Vedic scientists knew the science behind Navagrahas. And it is also in the Brahmanda Purana and so many other references. For example, the story of Ravana and Shanigraha in Ramayana highlights the defeat of Ravana at the hands of Shani. Having brought the Navagrahas under his control, Ravana had made them lie face down at the steps of his throne. Even Shani could not cast his spell on him. It was then that Narada had come down from his position and had told Ravana, just mockingly told him, it's because you don't have any guts to face yourself and face your enemies, you're making them lie face down. And Ravana, with his pride pricked, Ravana ordered the Navagrahas to lie on their backs. And this is what enabled Shani to cast a spell on Ravana and set in motion the events that brought his downfall and paving the way for the climax of the whole Ramayana, the final battle with Rama. And another example is from the Mahabharata, where Duryodhana consults the astrological guidance of Sahadeva and Krishna alters the planned position for the war. The story goes that Dronacharya had asked Duryodhana to contact Sahadeva, who was a twin brother of Nakula and the youngest of the Pandavas, for astrological advice. Duryodhana was surprised that he asked Dronacharya how he could ask his own enemy, Sahadeva, as a part of the Pandavas, was his own enemy, and he was asking him to go and ask for an auspicious date for him to start the puja in order to win the war. Dronacharya said that Sahadeva would never refuse if Duryodhana approached him just after Sahadeva's bath and morning puja. The teacher also told Duryodhana that Sahadeva spoke the truth always and that Duryodhana could trust everything that Sahadeva said. So the following morning, Duryodhana, the leader of the Kauravas, went to meet Sahadeva, and just after he had finished puja, he said to Sahadeva that although they were foes, although they were enemies, he trusted that he would give him the right time in order to do the puja and in order to start the war. And Duryodhana asked Sahadeva to consult the Panchang, the almanac, and specify the time in order to ensure the victory of the Kauravas. So Sahadeva readily looked at the almanac, made some calculation, and gave his prediction. He said that the following Amavasya, which fell 2 days later, was an auspicious time to perform the Durga Puja and commence the war, as that would guarantee the Duryodhana victory. Duryodhana was very pleased, and after thanking Sahadeva, he returned back to his palace. But this shocked Yudhishthira, Arjuna, Bhima, and even Nakula, but they were not particularly upset with Sahadeva. They know that this is the dharma of Sahadeva and that he has to follow what is right according to him and according to his profession of astrology. And it was Duryodhana and it was Dronacharya who had taken that opportunity in order to get the right time. So there was nothing to be upset about, but they needed a solution. Now the Kauravas had an auspicious timing, and if they had done this, if they had taken this auspicious timing and they followed this auspicious timing, the whole history of our whole universe would be rewritten. So what exactly happened? Of course, a cosmic intervention from Bhagavan Sri Krishna himself. All the Pandavas went to Krishna and they were asking Krishna, they were telling him the situation. And Krishna simply handled it with utmost ease, just like one of his leelas. Bhagavan Sri Krishna had told all of the Pandavas, okay, the following morning, let us do the Tarpanam. Let's go to the river, let's do Tarpanam, the offering of oblations to our ancestors on this day. And though the Pandavas were curious, they went along with what he said. And even when they had asked, Bhagavan Sri Krishna had said, no, just trust me, follow what I'm saying, I'll take care of it. So after that, they completely trusted Bhagavan Sri Krishna and they went and performed this puja. The thing is that we don't ever do this puja, the Tarpanam puja, which is on a day which is not Amavasya. So suddenly Krishna is asking them to do this puja on a day which is not Amavasya. As we know, Amavasya was a day 2 days later. So at that point, the next morning, they are doing the puja, they're following their guru's words, and Bhagavan Sri Krishna is guiding them, telling them to do the tarpanam, and saying, don't worry, I'll take care, just do what I'm saying. And due to this, seeing the Pandavas conduct the tarpanam on this day, which is not an Amavasya day, and led by Bhagavan Sri Krishna, the whole universe was witnessing this and absolutely confused. They were just wondering what's going on. They were wondering what's happening. What is this thing that might actually end up in something inauspicious? So the most powerful of the planets, Surya and Chandra, had approached Bhagavan Sri Krishna and they asked him, what's going on? Why are you performing tarpanam on this day? And Bhagavan Sri Krishna, once again, with just a twinkle in his eyes and a mysterious smile, he was saying, of course, it was not Amavasya until you showed up. Surya and Chandra, having been coming down, meant that the entire planets were changing and Amavasya would happen at that time. So Amavasya was declared, the war had begun. And also on the other side, Sahadeva did not perform any adharma and was protected by dharma. Beautifully, this is an example of so many things. One, that if you protect dharma, if you do according to what is right, then dharma will protect you. And second, an incarnation only has the power over the cosmos to literally bring down the planets and change the course of history. We've seen this in several different instances, even in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. When at the age of just 9-10 years old, Arunagiri Yogeshwara had given a darshan to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And in order to demonstrate the science of Jyotisha and revive the science of Jyotisha to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Arunagiri Yogeshwara literally brought down the planets to teach astrology to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Not only the Puranic references, but in the modern day, as you can see, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism demonstrated the power of oneness over celestial body by delaying sunrises. So it has been a common thing where incarnations bring down the planets and they realign the cosmos according to what is Dharma. Now, we have understood some of the references, the stories behind the Navagrahas. Let's get down to the facts. What is Navagrahas? Who are they? And what are the energies that they represent? Navagrahas means 9, so 9 planets. As per the Vedic astrology, there are 9 planets that influence our lives. The position of the planet at that time of the human birth will have influence on his actions. And when there's an improper planetary alignment for the individual, it is called a dosha. So this low period may last for some time. It might last for quite a period of time. And however, you can avert this by doing the Navagraha Puja. You might also have noticed that the moon grows in the first half of the month, and their aggression subsides as we approach the no moon day. According to the Vedic science, these planets and their positions will have an influence on the human body and mind. And Swamiji himself has explained this very thoroughly. We're going to be understanding how Swamiji has explained it in a little bit. So first of all, the Navagrahas are Surya, Chandra, Mangala, Buddha, Shukra, Guru, Shani, Rahu, and Ketu. And each graha, all 9, works for our enlightenment in some way or form. How that happens, we're just going to find out. But first, let us understand each of these planets and what are the energies that they embody. Each planet is representative of a body part inside of us and an energy inside of us. First, Aditya promotes strength and courage, health and prosperity, and relief from chronic disease. And Aditya, the sun god, is worshipped in Suryanar Kovil. The Chandra is immensely beneficial for mental peace and charming personality, and demonstrates the excellent control over emotions and keeps your inner space in coolness. This god Chandra is worshipped in the Kailasha temple. And Angarakan, who is Mars, is the protector of Dharma, who controls the muscular system of the body and circulatory system. And he's worshipped in the Vaidishwarik Kovil. Buddha, or Mercury, is the planet of relief of all diseases related to the nervous system and bodily functions. He grants wisdom, commercial success, and growth. And he is worshipped in the Sweta Ranyeshwara temple. Guru is an ex-graha who is the master of all grahas and who is worshipped in the Apatsahayeshwar temple in Alungudi. And Shukra, Venus, symbolizes love and passion. He is a giver of wealth, fortune, and luxury living, and is positioned well in our horoscope. Shani, or Saturn, is very instrumental for reducing the intensity of hardship caused by adversities. And the last two are Rahu and Ketu. Rahu and Ketu might not be, these are invisible planets. They don't have physical representation. But when Rahu is affected, one faces several miseries and obstacles in the way of success. And he is worshipped in the Tirunakeshwara temple. And Ketu is a representation of karmic collection, both good and bad, spirituality and supernatural influences. And Ketu is worshipped in the Kira Perumpalam temple. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given deeper insight about the Navagrahas, saying the moment that the consciousness or soul enters the body, the energy level of the cosmos, the whole energy level is recorded in our inner space, in our consciousness. It just gets printed in our consciousness. Your inner space gets a print of the cosmic energy level and the position of the 9 major energy centers of our solar system. The astrological planets are not astronomical. They are energies. A particular energy of pull and push exists between them. And the different energy positions clearly decide the cosmic energy level during the time of birth. One thing that people should realize that even in common science, Jupiter is not recognized as a planet. It is not a solid planet or a stone. It is a huge ball of gas. And there's so much gas, there's so much that is there that it has so much of gravitational pull and energy. Based on that energy, Jyotisha will be able to predict the course of life. Understand not exact incidences because you have the freedom. You have freedom to decide whether to sit here or not, or to read this or not. Astrology manifested in the inner vision of the ancient sages and rishis of India. And these yogis and enlightened beings were able to see beyond the realm of names and forms. They could see and feel and express the subtle reality that exists behind cosmic phenomenon. As such, they perceive the primal powers of cosmic intelligence in planets and stars, the macrocosm, and worship the cosmic powers within themselves, the microcosm, as powers of their own being. So they realize that the macrocosm, whatever is happening outside, is also happening inside of us. And they are energies which are happening inside of us, in each and every one of us. If we are worshiping them, if we are offering our humble obeisance to each and every one of them, it's an empowering, powerful feeling that can align all of those energies inside of us. And we're also going to be seeing now what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has said on this very subject, whether it is astrology, the Navagrahas, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself understood the Navagrahas, and so much more. So we'll be understanding this, and we'll be seeing the clips of satsangs where Swamiji has described exactly this. Before we enter into those videos in that next portion of today's program, I invite each and every one of you to share, like, subscribe, follow in all the different social media platforms. And today you can become an e-Kailasian. An e-Kailasian is an e-citizen of Kailasa. You can register for your e-passport and make sure that you have the benefits of becoming an e-Kailasian, where all of this knowledge, the science, the Jyotisha, power manifestation, temple-based living, all of it is being revived by Swamiji. So yes, by concentrating intensely on the sun and other planets, the rishis, scientists understood the movements of the life force in their body. And by meditating on the life force, they also came to understand the movement of the sun and the planets in the heavens. Through this technique called samyama, they could unravel the secrets of the universe. They brought down their understanding into a system of Vedic science, which became known as Jyotisha, the science of light. The major course of life, if you will get enlightened or not, that can be predicted. Principles can be predicted, but not policies. Having an idea about your horoscope will give you intelligence and acceptance in your life, and to bear the inevitable things. According to Swamiji, a seeker should have a basic knowledge about his horoscope. Navagrahas are also known to have an impact on the different parts of our bodies and their smooth functioning. For instance, Surya provides longevity and good health. Chandra has an impact on our digestive system, fertility, and our mental health. Mangala affects the muscular strength. Buddha causes respiratory and skin-related issues. Guru impacts our metabolism, liver, and pancreas. And Shukra are the reproductive organs, while Shani is associated with the nerve-related issues, and Rahu and Ketu are associated with fears and phobias. The Navagrahas are literally specific vibrations, and many people misinterpret the Navagrahas to have a malefic effect on us, a negative impact on us. But the truth is that all of the grahas function to lead a human being to Paramashivam, to the experience of enlightenment. Some grahas, many people think that some grahas do good things and some of them don't. And people are afraid of the 7.5-year long Shani transition and the Rahu effect. People believe that Shukra will do good for life and bring wealth and more. And all of these, though in superficial sense they might have these impacts, the ultimate purpose of each graha is to lead us to enlightenment. If a person is suffering from a mental pattern long enough, then graha then intervenes and gives life situations where he is forced to break the pattern and move towards Paramashivam. Swamiji said that Shani, Rahu, and Ketu make one accountable for the flow of the whole cosmos and the law of the cosmos. Shukra will shower you but rule you through fear, and Buddha will intensify the effect of the graha in which he joins. That's why when we listen to our guru, none of the grahas have effect because he is taking away Sadashivoham in a sweet way. Sorry, he is taking us to Sadashivoham in a sweet way. The grahas will not have that much of an effect because Swamiji is simply leading us towards the enlightenment experience. And he is taking care of all of the malefic effects, any kind of impact the grahas might have. As long as we are integrated to him, grahas will not have an effect. Swamiji shared that if we are stuck in a pattern for a long time, unable to break it because of the non-listening space, then that is a time that grahas handle us. Now, let's watch this video on the spiritual alchemy of Navagrahas and how Navagrahas have this influence on us and work towards our enlightenment, explained by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
It actually represents Hindu cosmology. So, in this, please listen. In this sheet, Navagrahas are installed. In this 2D sheet, Navagrahas are installed in with 3 color. Varivadivu, Olivadivu, Kurivadivu. Means in the form of mantra, in the form of figure, in the form of symbol. Varivadivu, Olivadivu, Kurivadivu. These are Trikalas. In the Trikala means is in the form of Navagraha, in the form of symbol, and in the form, actual form, and in the mantra. 3 shapes they are installed, and each one of them are installed in one garbha. Their life is installed in one garbha. So 9 garbhas are on the plate. Then this represents 11 dimension. This 3 layer length, breadth, depth dimension. Inside 9 garbhas are kept representing 9 more dimension. The 11th space cannot be given in matter. It will be given to you as an initiation. So understand, this represents 9 Navagrahas and 11 dimensions. Sadashiva talks about it in Kamikagama, and Shastra Pramana we have, and Apta Pramana also we have. Tirumular, a great saint, he talks about it. Because in this the Trikala means the line form, visual form, and mantra form. All 3 are there. It can be considered as deity, and you can even do puja to it. In mandala, the visual form will never be there usually. But in the Navagraha mandala, it is written, the visual form has to be there. Because the visual form is there, now it is equivalent to a deity also. Not only a spiritual alchemy product, deity also. But you don't need to, there is no compulsion of maintenance. But if you want, you can worship. It is equivalent to an energy of a deity. It will nullify all the evil effects of grahas on you, and it will keep you very pleasant and complete with grahas. So naturally, they will not behave with you like a sadist. They will inform you, support you, and evolve you. See, I tell you, all the 9 grahas have been given a command by Sadashiva. Making every being experience Sadashivatva is their responsibility. Either by giving you right experience or wrong experience, they educate you to manifest Sadashivatva. Now, they will make it more easy for you. That's all. There will not be rude shocks, surprises, collapsing, waste of time, all that. So it will keep you in the space of completion with grahas.
Yes. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given us this beautiful explanation of how the Navagrahas work for our enlightenment, are guiding us existentially towards our ultimate goal. Now, let us see how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself had a beautiful experience with Arunati Yogeshwara and the Navagrahas, and the secrets to how to relate to the Navagrahas.
Suddenly, maybe the reasons known only to him, he decided to teach the whole signs of Navagrahas, showing directly the grahas to me. And he just did something like this. I do not know whether he took me to the space of Kailasa or he brought the grahas to Arunachala, where I was sitting with him. I was sitting with him in the temple, the Arunajaleshwara temple. Whether he brought them here or he took me there, I do not know. But suddenly I saw like a chess coins, all the Navagrahas, alive, living, moving. And I immediately bowed down to them. The moment I realized they are alive, I immediately bowed down to them. Then he started talking about every graha and explaining who holds what energy and who does what responsibility, and the whole science he transmitted into me, the whole knowledge of Jyotisha. As I said, the words he uttered and the quantity and quality of the information transmitted was unimaginable. He also taught me an important sacred secret. If you can bring a powerful cognition in you and do dharana, dhyana, samadhi on that powerful cognition and be humble to the grahas, understand? Humbleness pleases the grahas. Humbleness makes the grahas happy with you.
Yes, and now in this next video, Swamiji is going to be explaining to us how exactly Arunagiri Yogeshwara had explained and taught the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism the science of Jyotisha. You can watch more on what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed on Jyotisha on YouTube as well as in kailasa.org. So now let's watch this brief video on how Swamiji had learned about the Navagrahas from Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself.
Now let me come back to the story. He showed all the grahas and taught me the whole thing. Then after everything was done, he just moved the hand. I don't know whether he brought me back to this planet Earth or he sent the grahas back to their place. Everything was normal. And it was too much, I tell you. I was in awe. Anyhow, the whole knowledge transmission was done. Then I asked him, Swamiji, did you take me there and showed the planets, or did you bring the planets and showed me here? He laughed and said, hey, I brought them here. See, I saw 9 stones on the floor. He was laughing. He was trying to tell me that, hey, through these stones only I taught you. I brought them here. I said, then What was happening there? If the grahas are not there, what would have happened to the world, planet Earth? If somebody looks up, if the sun is not there, what will happen? He laughed and said, I froze the time. Nobody was allowed to look up. Please understand. I am telling as it happened. That's why I told him, please, you reveal, you utter the right words. I wanted the whole thing to be integrated. In integrity, with integrity. Let complete integrity be maintained with Paramashiva. He laughed and said, I froze the time so nobody can look up. Till the whole thing was happening, it was too much. I asked him, can I take these 9 stones? I wanted to keep them in my puja. He laughed and said, why just these stones? I'll install them. I'll put them in a land which will be later on, can be beautiful temple. He just blinked his eyes. Both of us were sitting in a place where now the banyan tree is planted in Tiruvannamalai Adinam. That is precise spot. That was the spot. He put all the 9 stones and we both were suddenly sitting there. We just disappeared from the temple and appeared here. And he pushed all the 9 stones on the ground and said, this place will radiate the powers of Navagrahas. Later on, you will understand why I did this here. Of course, maybe after decades, many years, we got that property. Now the ashram is there. When I went back, I know that is the property. That is the reason I put Navagraha Vanas there. Nakshatra Vana in that area for all the grahas and nakshatras to be present and bless everyone. Whoever goes and sits and meditates on Arunagiri Yogeshwara there, with the powerful cognition of Paramashivoham, Arunachala will bless. Arunagiri Yogeshwara will bless. Paramashiva will bless and liberate all of them from all the malefic effects of planets. Go and sit in that Navagrahavana, Nakshatravana, and meditate on the powerful cognition. Do samyama on the powerful cognition. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. You are Paramashiva. Chanting Mahavakya. Do samyama. And be humble to Navagrahas. Be humble to Navagrahas. You will be blessed, liberated. No malefic effects will touch you. You will be free from all malefic effects and you will be only blessed and supported and blessings will be showered on you.
Yes. Now, let's watch another revelation Swamiji gave on the grahas, how they are actually associated with each number. It's not the Hindu Dharma. Numbers are worshipped as gods. And from there, they had revealed all of the secrets to mathematics and arithmetics and every single secret of calculus far before any European scientists had given this. We have known all of the different kinds of scientific theorems, all the mathematical theorems, everything before, including the Pythagorean theorem, the number 0, all of these are sourced from Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Why? It's because Hinduism worships numbers as gods. And every number is also associated to a graha or planet. Now let's watch that video.
Once my guru was trying to teach me the Surya Siddhanta, means how the Panchanga can be predicted and penned down. He was trying to show how the sun is center and earth moves around the sun and moon is around the earth, and the whole structure, including the sun, moon, the whole thing is also moving. He described in an elaborate way. And then he took a chalk piece, just drew some numbers on various parts of my body. The numbers belong to each graha, is directly connected to our internal organs. Each graha influences one of our internal organ heavily. And he drew that numbers on my body, and he drew that same numbers on external, on the floor, explaining how when those grahas change, when those stars move, regular cosmic happenings like Amavasya, Purnima, how those things should be predicted are calculated. That is more like a calculation. It's not even prediction. But its influence on the humanity need to be predicted. Its influence on the individual's lives need to be predicted. My gurus were trying to map this whole science and explain this to me. I think almost the core fundamental structure of Jyotisha and Surya Siddhanta I am trying to explain. Chandaha padautu vedasya astau kalpoda patyate jyotishaamayanam chakshur niruttam shrotramuchyate sikshakranam tu vedasya mukam vyakaranam smrutam. This is a very traditional verse. In any Gurukul, they will chant this and make you repeat. It's a description. 6 angas of the Vedas in Veda Purusha's body. Jyotisham ayanam chakshu, meaning Jyotish Sastra is considered as eyes of the Veda Purusha. From this we understand that the Vedic astrology is as old as Vedas, or in other words, does not have beginning, anadi. This Shastra is also called Hora Shastra. Hora is an abbreviation of Ahoratram, meaning day and night. It means it is the systematic study of time and its components and parameters and its influence on physical, chemical, biological existence of what we know as life. Listen. One very funny incident happened when he was teaching me. I was so intensely immersed in his teachings. He was showing me, hey, this is Surya. This influences your brain thinking system. This is Rahu. He influences your liver. The actions liver performs physically, its influence on your thinking system, everything. If you map it to the description of Rahu, it will absolutely match. Guru, Brihaspati, is the decision-making mechanism which influences your will persistence, Agnya Chakra. Pituitary glands and its impact on your existence is directly Guru. He was explaining step by step how each of these grahas and their numbers and how they influence your lifestyle, patterns, everything. I'll repeat exact one line. He was touching that Rahu description of how he was describing Rahu and touched my body. Infused that Rahu energy in my liver. I could see immediately so much happening inside me. I just vomited, literally, physically. Felt so fresh, alive, relieved. Of course, after cleaning all that place, everything, my Guru has explained. ஈர நேர்பட்டா ஆயுள் நீளுந்தம்பி. In Tamil he said, if the liver is straightened out, life will increase. It is directly Rahu. Rahu is responsible for your longevity. Rahu can influence and put you in addictions and kill you, or he can keep you addiction free, or addicted to right habits and food and keep you happy, healthy for any long. This whole thing is related to your liver. If the liver decides to addict you for certain food, nothing can be done. Just by remembering that food, you will be forced, your whole system will be pushed to eat it. After eating, you will repent, but you will not stop eating. He said, integrity of the liver to the purpose of your existence makes you long, happy, healthily living. Because liver sends the signals about hunger, and what kind of food you like, the taste, everything. The memories of the food and its taste flashing in your system, and you being influenced to eat that same kind of food, timing, rhythm, everything is liver. Whether it is alcohol addiction, which is the worst. The best addiction is addicted to fasting. Let me explain my Guru Raghupati Yogi's words. Eera nerpada means if the liver is integrated, it creates right desires, which keeps you healthy, which continuously detoxes you, which creates taste for healthy things. I tell you, my addiction to fasting has brought not just health, 24/7 active, alive, intense living with multi-dimensional work.
Yes. Now we've understood thoroughly about how Swamiji has taught about the Jyotisha, the Navagrahas, the importance of the Navagrahas and the Grahas' effect on us, how it guides us towards enlightenment. Now, we're going to be next watching a few of the heartfelt sharings from devotees around the world who have been able to relate with the darshan, with the divine, through this Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. And when we see how there's so much of possibility that they had found after Devi Parashakti literally intervened in their life. Possibility, inspiration, even in this extremely negative climate. So we'll be watching now the heartfelt sharings of different devotees, and we'll be moving on into the next segments of today's program after a quick break.
Next we have Ma Amrita from San Jose joining us to the show today. Welcome, Ma Nityanandam.
Nityanandam Ma.
Nityanandam. So we're really excited to have you in the show today. Would you like to share the readings? What was the blessings that you received from Devi Parashakti?
Yes, Ma, Nityanandam. So Devi Parashakti called out my name today, and I had asked Ma Devi 4 boons. Like, I wanted to be like my Guru, powerful and unshaken and centered, like how he is amidst of anything that is happening. So that is something that blows my mind, like how Swamiji operates amidst of everything that is going on. So I asked Ma Devi that I want to be like him. I want that attributes of him in me. So that was one of the boon, and another was like I wanted to be I want to contribute to Sri Kailasa as a karta, and I asked Ma Devi to show me the path to manifest the abundance, and bless me to make it happen. So Ma Devi was like, I'm giving you all these boons, and along with it I will give you the jnana and wealth and the powers. And I really felt blessed. Like I remember in one of the satsangs, Swamiji said that my disciples will cut the cake, distribute it, and have it too. So it's the life of abundance. So I really wanted to, you know, have and enjoy that space. So everything just aligned, and I have been longing to hear it from Amma. So it just came, and today I made my first payment towards becoming an SJP Yajman. So I'm feeling like I'm excited towards the path now, and just looking forward for the journey.
Oh wow! Thank you so much, Mama, for sharing. Would you like to share why did you want to become an SJP Karta, and what made you to pose this as a question? See, you could have asked so many other things in your life, but what made you? What propelled you to ask this boon of becoming an SJP Karta?
I think from Swamiji's satsang only, he keeps sharing that if you exhaust whatever you have, only then more will be given to you. And every time I have like contributed to him in any way, it has come back to me in multiple folds. So but there was always like a binary logic, like, you know, which stops any person who has been conditioned societally. So I was like that was stopping me, but I was like, Swamiji, you take care of this as well. I really want to make that jump, and you make it happen, because you say that I will shower. I want to experience that. I want to contribute towards your mission. I want to be that hand or be that instrument of yours in contributing towards your divine mission. So I think that was the reason why I asked for that.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now, how do you feel? What is the cognition that you are holding? What do you expect in the journey after the readings?
I think even like even before, it's like I felt like I just had this thought that I want to contribute to Swamiji's mission as SJP or Karta. Like, he will align. So wealth manifestation sessions happened. He aligned. And then now I was like very skeptical, like, and I was like a little scared and anxious, and someone held my hand and I was able to make the payment regardless of, you know, whatever inside churning was happening. And now the cognition is like, I've been always holding this cognition, like no matter what, Swamiji does take care, but I was not aligning my actions. So I feel like now I'm becoming more and more integrated. I think I'm feeling like, okay, I'm moving towards my higher self, and he's there. He's holding my hand to do that. So I'm actually really happy that that is happening, and I'm excited.
Beautiful, Ma, beautiful. Would you like to share with our viewers why they should be part of this journey of becoming an SJP Yajaman or a Karta? Why should they become part of this journey, and what would you like to share with them?
Yes, Ma. I was born in a Hindu Brahmin family, and I have grown up seeing all the rituals and traditions in my family. But when I got introduced to Swamiji, that's the time I actually got connected to deities. That's the time when I actually felt that they are very much alive and they're really grand boons. So I think that was the first connection, like born in a Hindu Brahmin family, but not being able to understand the significance of the homas or rituals being carried, and whatever festivals being celebrated in Kailasa, and how Swamiji celebrates in a very grand way. I think that was one of the things, and Swamiji's teachings, like how it has transformed me, and that he has never let me down. Every time he says things have come true, and he has been showering more and more and more, and he has like making me aware of myself, like, hey, you are a lion, you're not a sheep. I think that's the second thing. And I think every youth is looking for abundance, whether it's in terms of money or blissful relationships or being an entrepreneur. So Swamiji's teachings and the Hindu way of living is the way. He has never let me down, and I think that is the way to go. I have never felt like, I was being wrong or I was cheated. It was everything aligned with Shastras and Agamas and Vedas, which just felt that it was in sync. And there was no second thoughts. Like whatever he says has been coming true. And I think just the Hindu way of living, like living in abundance, the way he's teaching in many different ways and how he is making himself available, I think no one should be missing out this opportunity. No youth should be missing out this opportunity of bringing abundance in their life when he's available and he's making himself available.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ma. That was really inspiring, especially the authenticity with which Swamiji is reviving Kailasa and how it is benefiting the youth today, whether it is through rituals or through life solutions or through all the other branches of Hinduism, sharing it with the whole world. No human being should be missing any of this. So thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for coming to the show today. And we are looking forward to your journey of becoming...
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. In the next 3 years, manifest the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities sincerely in Nijavatara, living incarnation. Understand? Priya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation. Just don't die within the next 3 years. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. It's possible. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses. Just be alive for next 3 years.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifest the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Let us do. Understand? Priya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and
Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through his body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything.
Yes, that beautiful sharing was a devotee who was expressing how much out of gratitude she is living now to Devi Parashakti, how she has conquered some of her greatest fears, and how Devi Parashakti has given a newfound inspiration for life itself every single day waking up in the morning. Now, let us watch another sharing and let us see more about the different devotees who have shared their life stories, who have shared from their heart about how Devi Parashakti has intervened in their life.
Nityanandam, and welcome back, dear viewers. Joining us live today, we have Ma Soumya Solai from Canada joining us live, who had an amazing blessing from Devi Parashakti today. So we have Ma Soumya Solai joining us. Nityanandam, Ma, can you yourself and introduce yourself?
Sure, I am Soumya Solai. I live in Toronto. Today, it was such an amazing experience for me. It's like my like whatever I wanted to hear all these days. It's even more like it's kind of overwhelming experience. I am so grateful to Swamiji and like Devi Parashakti. I have no words. I was like literally spellbound and tears of joy. Like I had such an amazing experience today.
Absolutely, Ma. And if you can maybe share a little bit about how did you get to know about Swamiji? How did you get introduced to Swamiji, and when was that? How long before was that?
It was around two years back, I guess. So it was my sister Maitreyi Solai who introduced us to Swamiji. She did Paramashivam in 2018 December. So her life totally transformed after that. Like looking at her blossom and transform the whole family. We all got connected to Swamiji. So I used to watch satsangs with my mother when she was in Toronto. So she was following Nirahara, and we were like, that's how it all started. And
when you first come to 2018, you first came to know about Swamiji.
Yes.
Okay, and have you met Swamiji so far?
No, I have actually not even spoken with him. I have not seen him. So yeah, so that's what, like, just watching satsangs, I got so connected, and looking at my sister and like how the way she used to be and what happened to her life after Swamiji. She she totally transformed, like the confidence that she had in her, And whenever she talks about Swamiji, like we used to talk every day. And when after she attended Paramashivam, like all her talks were about Swamiji. And initially, like I didn't understand that. But later on, when I gradually listened to her, I came to know it's true. It's like, it's not something that she is mocking, or I understood that it's real transformation that she's going through. It's not some like, it's not like something which is not true. So, and then I also watching satsangs, like especially Tamil satsangs, I used to love them. And I got connected to Swamiji. And then actually the major transformation happened when I went to Bidadi. It was last Shivaratri. So I had been there, like I was actually going to collect something for my sister Maitreyi. And actually we went as a whole family, like me, my sister, my mother, my father, the kids, everyone, we went there. And actually it's such an amazing place. So immediately, like all my doubts, the questions that I had, everything vanished. And I was like, I understood the real, like what Swamiji is doing to the world, and how, like looking at the people, Adinavasis there, and the Gurukul kids, it was like such a blissful experience. Like I saw the real happiness in them.
Yeah, the Kailasa,
Kailasa ecosystem, right? So,
the
first time, yeah. So everybody was so like, they were all so, Swamiji was not there, but I could see everyone connected to Swamiji. Like all they talk about was Swamiji, Swamiji, Swamiji. Like it was such an amazing space. Like they were all together in that binding. I really like. It was very different from the normal life, and I was totally like very amazed at how it. The ecosystem, right? How it was set up. Like definitely it can't be set up with someone who is following a normal life. I understood that it's special. Only an avatar can do it, right? So yeah, that's what I understood. And looking at like everything there, I offered Pada Puja, and that one Pada Puja changed everything. Before that, my sister used to tell me, why don't you do Pada Puja? It will transform your life. I forgot to tell something. So I was like, I was going to have a baby. She went to, like, she came to Bidadi, and she prayed under the banyan tree to have for me to have an enlightened baby.
Who prayed, Ma?
My sister, yeah, Ma Maitreyi Solai prayed under banyan tree for me to have an enlightened baby. And so like during delivery, I was supposed to have a cesarean. And at that time, she again like sent my picture, and like in just like within few seconds, the doctor was able to do something, and I got normal delivery. At that time, so she was telling me to offer like Pada Puja or some puja as gratitude, because like it was a blessing. And she was telling me that the baby's blessed, she's enlightened baby. At the time, I couldn't, like I didn't know that it's for true. But after that, like looking at my like daughter, like at each step, it was as though she was, I kind of felt that she's from a different space. Even now, like, I don't know how she understands everything, but it's like she knows everything. That's what I kind of feel. And slowly it came to like, for me, it was revealed that she's really like a divine child.
Beautiful, Ma. And just a moment. And before we continue, just wanted to share. As Ma Soumya Solai was sharing about her experience, how just with the blessing of Swamiji, she had like a beautiful experience.
Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nitya.
Yes. So in the video, Ma Soumya Saleh from the United States had been sharing with us how she has overcome the fear, how just from the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, her entire delivery of her newborn daughter was absolutely seamless. In that sharing, we even heard how in the hospital ward, as she was giving birth, the doctors had given her the news that she might need a cesarean delivery. However, as soon as this message had reached Swamiji, Swamiji had blessed, and just that one blessing had shifted the entire delivery. They were extremely concerned about the health of the baby and even her survival, but the entire prediction of the doctors was just turned around after the blessings of Swamiji for Ma Soumya Saleh. So now let's watch another beautiful insight into the life of millions of devotees who've been transformed by Swamiji.
Nityanandam, and welcome back, dear viewers. Joining us live today, we have Ma Soumya Saleh from Canada joining us live, who had an amazing blessing from Devi Parashakti today. So we have Ma Soumya Saleh joining us. Nityanandam, Ma, can you yourself and introduce yourself?
Sure. I am Soumya Saleh. I live in Toronto. Today, it was such an amazing experience for me. It's like my like whatever I wanted to hear all these days. It's even more like it's kind of overwhelming experience. I am so grateful to Swamiji and like Devi Parashakti. I have no words. I was like,
Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam.
Nityanandam. Welcome back, dear viewers. And just after this short break, and we all of us just listened to a very beautiful segment on how the avatar at this time of the pandemic has extended his own inner space, his own homes, as the Kailasas, just to protect people from the pandemic, from the pralaya. Now, during these times of pralaya, humanity at large has been going through a lot. The pralaya has taken a toll on humanity, be it mental health disorders, be it the economic downfall in so many countries, the economic crash down in so many countries, and be it people struggling with relationships, people struggling with health, mental health, physical health, people struggling with careers. In every way, it has affected the whole humanity at large, where thousands are in dire need of a solution. Now, at this time, during this whole pandemic, the whole pralaya, what humanity needs, what people need is just someone, some healing, someone to usher the future, someone to heal, and someone to show them their path, show them the solutions. Of course, who else but the Cosmic Mother can heal thousands of people, seeing her own children suffer, seeing so many people go through it. As the avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took it upon himself, manifesting the divine Cosmic Mother to attend to each and every one of us every day, tirelessly sitting and attending to people asking questions about their past, present, future, people asking guidances about their career, their path, their lifestyle, their choices, people asking questions and blessings for their whole economic growth, people asking questions for them to be able to manifest desires, relationship in every Parash manifesting Pontiff of Hinduism and answering to thousands and thousands of lives, giving them boons, answering their prayers, blessing them with all the powerful cognitions, powers, and ultimately manifesting the enlightenment itself. In this segment, we are going to be having some of these blessed beings, the blessed souls, who had the greatest of blessing to have been directly interacted with Devi Parashakti herself, receiving boons from her. These sharings are going to be extremely special because the way Devi flows, fulfills into each and every of her child's life is just so profound. And today, joining with us, we have Manitya Parameshwarananda. Nithyanandamma, if you could just unmute yourself.
Sorry. Yes. Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandamma, so happy to have you here. And I can just see the joy and smile on your face that just lit up when you said how Devi addressed and directly answers to each and every being. So,
yes.
and especially for you, it was not something small. I'm sure everybody, when you share, will remember that blessing that Devi gave, how she accepted the offering to this day, keeping up a little bit about where you are from, how long you have known Swamiji. Would you just want to introduce yourself?
Yes. Yes. My name is Parameshwarananda. I am from Los Angeles and I have been connected with Swamiji since 2007 when I met him first in Jain Center when he spoke on Jain Sutras. And I literally felt that he just came there to just get me to be enlightened by him. I didn't know, but I was just so magnified with his presence and started all experiencing so many healing and everything. I don't want to get into that because that will take another hour or more. But that was in 2007. So I am just connected to Swamiji since then. I started listening to him and just taking his programs, IAs, all IAs, everything. But I want to share about the experience that I had just, I think it's a couple of months ago where when there was an Enlightenment Day. And he was sharing in satsang only that beautifully how Devi chooses her own jewelries, like when someone offers, she particularly chooses the jewelry and wears herself, and how auspicious it is. And that really touched me. And I was thinking of offering this to Swamiji, but that time I just decided and texted Ma Gnanatma Swami, and then we texted back and forth, and it just quickly, I was so ready to give my own memory that I kept holding. And it was from my past husband who passed away now many years ago, and I was holding into it, and then I said, what a nice way that I can offer this to Devi Parashakti, who is the ultimate, and so we did it, and it was so fast that everything happened that just in like a week or so, I saw Swamiji wearing on his jatas, and I just started crying, seeing that on his jata, I mean, to Devi's jata, sorry, him and Devi all same. So, but then I wrote, well, actually, yeah, I wrote that, thank you, Devi, to accept this, and then Devi said that your husband is going to be liberated and he is with me and he is getting Sayujya Mukti. And you also, so, and I'll take care of you and whole family and all these blessings that Swamiji was showering. But I was really shocked that how he took care of my husband after all these years that he hasn't even met him. And to think of giving him liberation, I never even imagined that when I offered. So I'm so grateful to Swamiji to giving me this opportunity and offering. I might accept my offering and liberate him, So that's my story. And every time I see Swamiji wear that, it just gives me goosebumps. And, I feel so blessed by Devi to wear that. That's something that I have worn, that I never imagined that the incarnation, the Devi in Swamiji, that is accepting and wearing, so it's a beautiful feeling.
Actually, like as you were sharing, like Devi actually had blessed saying that every time you see that the jewel, that diamond that you have offered, that when I wear it on my jatas, when it is just on my jatas, as like decorating my jatas as shiromani, right? And
Shiromani,
when it is there,
yes.
yeah,
Yes.
when it is there on my jatas, you will remember how your husband is always in oneness with me. Oh my God, it's just, I don't know how to put it into words because it's just too amazing.
And now he's not only wearing on jatas, but he's wearing on his neck also. And that's like double blessings. I said, oh my God, Devi is wearing, the thing that something I had which had no value, but now it is tremendous, unbelievable value to it, to see it. Yes, ma.
So true, ma. Ma, actually,
thank you.
Just to attain this space of liberation, the Sayujya Mukti that you said, where Devi herself accepted that, and you said so beautifully how you felt, something that you were wearing, something that you, after your husband left the body, there was something in you that was, disturbed. There was some part in you which needed healing. And you very beautifully shared how you felt when Avatar himself accepted that small piece of jewel and gave you that greatest of boon. People need to do siddhas and even yogis do penance for thousands of years together to attain that space of liberation. They do for hundreds of years to attain that Sayujya Mukti from with Devi Parashakti. Here, Swamiji is just so compassionate, sitting and attending to each and every one of us. Like you shared, Ma, to each and every viewer, I feel you should also share the perspective of how it helped you heal your inner space. You were sharing about how even after your husband's passing, there was some incompletion in your, something in you which was sitting. Which for a very long time, unattended component. And how did you experience Devi healing it, and how do you feel that it added, like that the difference that it made for you? You should share that perspective also. Yes, go ahead, please share.
Yeah. So my husband passed away actually very suddenly. It was a sudden death. So I didn't even know. Swami Devi did mention that it was untimely death, which I was so surprised to realize because he had a severe heart attack. And that time I was not even here. And I was there and my kids were only 3 years old and 10 years old. So I had a lot of incompletion and so much that I was carrying inside. So that was lifted. Of course, it was lifted the day I met Swamiji, and he started healing me, but I was carrying a lot of suffering and pain. I had a lot of physical pain all these years. So slowly, it was all going away through Swamiji's grace and his programs that I took in our awakening. But this was like a last completion that happened, knowing that where he is, and it was like a burden taken out totally from me, and total suffering that I still might have carried, the pain and suffering, all that, So this was the last thing I feel, and I slept like anything, that night. And even just yesterday, Ma, I was talking to you and Jnanatma Swami, and I just slept so well yesterday. So he's every moment he's taking out. We have no idea how much we are carrying, not only from this birth, but the past births and all that. And without us telling, this avatar is taking all the karmas out from us. And I'm so grateful to Swamiji for that and healing me every moment. Thank you.
So beautiful. Actually, just want, if you could see, actually on NT right now, we are showing the photograph of Devi Parashakti with the diamond that you had offered and that she had accepted as her own Shiromani. And she was wearing that on her. She still continues to wear on her every single darshan that she gets.
And it is so beautiful to see how an avatar attends to each and every one of us in our personal levels. Just to reiterate to the viewers, Ma was so beautifully sharing that, having her husband's sudden death, and it was not easy for her to cope up with 2 young children, just 3 and 10 years old each. And of course, I'm sure many of us understand what is the struggle to be a single mother and how you have to juggle with things and everything. And though you might move on, and though there might be something, and she was beautifully sharing also when she met Swamiji, she had so many powerful cognitions and that programs from Swamiji which helped heal a lot. But there was that one unfulfilled, there was one component unattended. Like just to give a small analogy kind of thing, like how much ever, something you might go through, so many people talking might not solve it, but just when you go and lie down on your mother's lap or just go hug her, just that's all, it will all disappear. Same way, there was that one unfulfilled component, that one part of her, so beautifully which she shared. When Swamiji attended to that, when Swamiji as Devi Parashakti just answered that one part, accepted this, that completely left her. That part completely got healed in her inner space. That was so beautiful, Ma, and such a profound sharing. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for sharing, Ma. I'm sure each and every viewer that are listening to will understand how, to what extent an avatar goes to heal each and every one of us, not just conflicts which is inside our inner space, and gives us such a peaceful life. Like you said, you are able to sleep so peacefully, so completely, and so happily. So that was so nice to hear, and thank you so much for sharing. Is there anything else that you want to share, that you would like to share at last?
No, thank you, Ma. I just hope that a whole world realizes who Swamiji is and what kind of avatar he is. As a Jain, I was in a family with a very strict Jain religion. How do you say, morals, right? My mother taught me. And then when I started listening to Swamiji, I said that I know more about Jainism now then that time that I was able to imbibe. And I tell all my Jain friends that Swamiji made me understand in how similar the enlightenment science is. And I hope that all the people who, no matter what religion you are from, Swamiji is there for everything, that to be enlightened, and that is the purpose of our life. So I just hope that that continues that journey, and for everybody we have to take Swamiji to every single person in the whole world that we can. So thank you, Ma, so much.
Thank you so much, Ma. It was so beautiful to hear. And yes, I really liked, I really could resonate and like the way you said, you understood Jainism. You were a Jain and you are a sincere practicing Jain, but you understood Jainism much more after coming to Swamiji more than before. So that was so beautiful. Thank you so much for taking your time to come and share, Ma.
Nityanandam, and welcome back to your viewers. I hope all of you enjoyed hearing such a beautiful sharing by Ma Parameshwarananda from Los Angeles. How when she offered her necklace and she actually saw it on the Jata Mukuta of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, what a fulfillment the being would have felt. You know, the jewelry that you had has finally reached the source where it belongs. It has gone back to Devi Parashakti, and you see it on the decorating the Jata Mukuta of Devi Parashakti. Whether the Jata Mukuta is decorated by the jewel or the jewel is decorated by the Jata Mukuta, both can be said. And when you offer something and you actually see that jewelry on Swamiji, on Paramashiva and Parashakti, you know, the fulfillment that it gives, you know, it's not even, it's just the feeling of, you know, that Swamiji is wearing what I offered. It gives such a joy, such an intimate feeling of the Guru-disciple relationship. And I'm sure each and every one of us will get one such opportunity. And if you do, never miss, always offer it. And when you see your offering on the Trimeni, on the divine embodied form of our beloved Swamiji, you just feel so fulfilled. You just feel so fulfilled. So with that, we will now move on to the next segment of today's program. Like the sharing that we had, shared how Ma Parameshwara from Los Angeles offered her diamond necklace, and she saw Devi Parashakti wearing it during the Akashic readings. And you may be wondering, how do I make my offering? For those of you who have this question, this segment is to give answer to your question. How can I make my offering to Devi Parashakti? So we can move on to the offerings part. What are the various offerings, Ma? We can directly move on to that segment, where we will be sharing with you about the various offerings that we have for Devi Parashakti, and what are the ways that we can connect with Devi Parashakti and make our offerings. So the first offering that we have for Devi Parashakti is the offering of E-Hundi. Now, what is the E-Hundi offering? Now, E-Hundi is the offering where you really want to make your offerings to Devi, and you offer your gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. I request the NTV operator to kindly project the offerings slides. What are the various offerings that we have? So we can directly get on to that. The E-Hundi offering is the offering where you offer out of your gratitude to Devi. Devi is always fond of true devotion. That is why in the Lalita Sahasranama, it refers to Devi as Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya, Bhayapaha. So the Bhakti Priya means the one who is fond of devotion and who is realized through true devotion is Devi Parashakti. So the E-Hundi offering is a way where we connect with Devi Parashakti and offer our gratitude to Devi offer our love and gratitude and offering our support to the very ecosystem that the Kailasa ecosystem of Hinduism. So the e-hundi offering is where you feel like, okay, I really want to offer something to Devi. And the e-hundi offering doesn't have any amount. If you actually go to any temple, in the temple, the first thing that you actually, in every temple, you will see a hundi where everybody who goes to the temple has the lifestyle of offering something in the hundi. So here you are having that, you don't even have to go to the temple to have the darshan is coming to your house. So here is an e-hundi offering where sitting in your own house, you can make your contribution. So Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya, Bhayapaha, Shambhavi, Sharada Aradhya, Sharvani, Sharmadayini, Shambhavi. So Devi is fond of true devotion and it's realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all the fears. So Devi Parashakti removes all the fears in each and every one of us. Shambhavi means the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadha Radhya means the one who is worshipped by Sharada, Devi Saraswati. Sharvani, who is the wife of Lord Shiva. And the Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called as Sharva in his earthly form. Sharma Dhayini, Devi, who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your Manikya, your name, and your name shall be chanted during the puja to Devi Parashakti. The next, see, the various offerings that we have in Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a way for you to experience that deep feeling connection. It's a way for you to experience the divine presence of Devi Parashakti. It is not at all to do with the amount and the bigger amount you gave, or it's nothing to do with that. It is out of your love you are offering something. So if you have somebody whom you love so much, you will just want to do everything to express your love. These offerings are exactly like that. So the next offering we have is the offering of the Sankalpa, which is the offering of the conscious resolution. And a reference from the Saundarya Lahari, which says, let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become chanting of your name. Let all my movements become your auspicious mudras. Let my travel become perambulations around thee. Let the act of eating and drinking become fire oblations in the homa, yajna to thee. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you. Let all actions of the pleasure of mine become part of your worship. And you offer the Sankalpa for blessings for both asked and unasked, remembered and forgotten wishes to manifest the grace of Devi Parashakti. So you receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti by offering the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. The next offering we have is the offering of the Devi Sahasra Nam Swarna Kasu, which is the gold coin offering. So the blessings to manifest and awaken the multiple divine feminine conscious attributes and powers. So the Sahasra Nama means 1,000 names. Swarna, gold, Kasu means coin. So it's an offering of the gold coin with one of the 1,008 names of Devi Parashakti inscribed on it. You have three different denominations, $75, $151, and $251. And you can offer the gold coin to Devi Parashakti by visiting www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering that we have for Devi Parashakti is offering of the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl, reference from the Devi Suktam. It says, let the goddess who brings good fortune, who is praised by the gods, who is served by the Devendra, who is praised by the Devas, troubled by the Asuras, who is praised and remembered as devotion to who solves all, who is the source of all good in the world, let that goddess destroy all the obstacles. So blessings for protection from all dangers and all the fears. That is the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. The next offering, see, various offerings, the finger ring with a pearl. Just visualize you offering to Devi Parashakti a finger ring, and you see Devi Parashakti accepting your love, accepting your devotion, and wearing the finger ring. How do you feel? Just visualize that and experience that presence. The Devi is not a psychological concept. No, Devi is a physical reality for each and every one of us. The next offering is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. The reference from the Hindu scripture says, Siddhi Bhuddhi Prade Devi Bhukti Mukti Pradayini Mantra Murte Sada Devi Mahalakshmi Namostute. Devi who bestows accomplishments and intellect, who showers worldly prosperity. Devi who powers the subtle mantra of the cosmos. I bow to you, Devi Mahalakshmi. Blessings for attracting positive relationships in personal and business dimensions. Now, when you look at relationships in our life, it may seem very complicated. People have different moods, different ways they respond, and sometimes it can hurt us, sometimes it can put us in guilt, sometimes it can cause suffering to us, and you feel, how do I deal with this? I'm stuck with this situation. So Swamiji has given the solution on completion in relationships, where you complete with each and every relationship in your life, and as you go through the completion process, you will see the outer world situations also changing. And this is being taught in the Paramashivam online program, so you can definitely learn about that if you don't know. And the Swarna golden lotus is for you to experience that completion by praying to Devi Parashakti. Swarna Meti is the offering of the golden touring. It says, Lord Brahma, the creator of your, selects a dust from your feet and creates this world. The great Adi Shaivite, with his 1,000 heads, somehow carries the dust of your feet with great efforts. And the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nice and uses it as the holy ash. So this is a reference from the Saundarya Lahari, which says how just the feet dust of Devi Parashakti has created this whole universe, because that's all Brahma takes to create this manifestation of the cosmos. So the blessings for a life of leadership qualities by offering and worshipping the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, achieved by even worshipping a tiny grain of dust from her feet. Meti is a gold touring to worship by adorning the divine Devi Parashakti's feet. Which is the golden touring, the offering of golden touring, and it's called a Meti, and it is for any kind of for you to manifest leadership qualities in your life, for you to be your own boss, for you to achieve success in your career and become a leader, become an Ishvara of your life. You can offer the Swarna Meti, the golden touring. The next offering we have for Devi Parashakti is the offering of the golden hairline jewelry, which is called the Swarna Mangtika. Now, the Mangtika is in the Lalita Sahasranama, it says Sudha Sara Bhivarshini, where the divine Devi, who makes the nectar flow from the Sahasrara chakra to the Agnya chakra and through the energy channels just flowing all over the body to give us the ultimate experience of the cosmos. So you request the blessings of Devi Parashakti for living an enlightened, conflict-free life. What is an enlightened life as defined by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? Living life without any conflicts is called living enlightenment. So where you are not facing any day-to-day conflicts in your life, whether it is in terms of your inner world conflicts or the people in the outer world, in your job, in your relationships, constantly we go through conflicts. Constantly we feel unfulfilled. So living an enlightened life means living a conflict-free life inside of you and outside of you. So this, you can offer the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry, and receive blessings from Devi Parashakti for an enlightened lifestyle. The next offering we have is the offering, the most sacred offering of Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the offering of gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. Now, it's a beautiful reference from the Guru Ashtakam, and I'll read out the verse and the meaning. Yasho megatam dikshu dana pratapa jagat vastu sarvam kareyat prasadat manaschena ratnam guroram ripatme tatakim 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 tatakim. My repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All the things of this world are in my hands as the reward for my virtues. Yet if one's mind is not centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then, what then, what then? We may have a beautiful 8 verses by Adi Shankaracharya, Guru Ashtakam it is called, where Adi Shankaracharya very beautifully reveals to us what is the use of everything in this world. You may have a beautiful body, you may have a beautiful career, you may have a wonderful family, you may have a very understanding spouse, you may have a great wealth like Mount Meru, you may have amassed huge amount of wealth. But if your mind is not fixed on the lotus feet of the Guru, what is the use? What is the use? And if you see the world outside in the matrix, everyone is running towards money and relationships and sensual pleasures and whatnot. Finally, feel so cheated inside because you don't feel that fulfillment inside. And it is only the Guru, only Swamiji who can really make us experience that fulfillment inside of us and takes us through the journey to burn our karmas. And literally, Swamiji himself burns all the karmas just because you of his pure compassion, just because of Swamiji's pure compassion, he assumes, the superconsciousness assumes a human body, lands on the planet Earth as Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam to lift us all. You know, the very word avatar means descent. So the descent of superconsciousness happens for us to ascend to superconsciousness. So Swamiji says, I come down in the human body to liberate all of you from the samsara sagara, from the cycle of birth and death. And a few days back, I was sharing this very beautiful incident, the experience I had with Swamiji, which very beautifully shares the importance that we need to understand about the life that we are living. So I'll narrate that experience once more, and I'll share the significance of that revelation by Swamiji. So this was a day where Swamiji used to go for walks. 2 times a day, Swamiji used to go for a walk, like morning and in the evening. And sometimes we get an opportunity to be around Swamiji. And it was one such day, and I had the blessing of walking with Swamiji. So it was Swamiji and about 4 or 5 of our disciples. And we were all walking with Swamiji, and there was a grasshopper just as like maybe a few feet ahead of us. There was a grasshopper on the walking path. So Swamiji told all of us, "You take care. None of you should stamp on that grasshopper." Right? Vedic tradition is a lifestyle of non-violence. So absolutely no violence to any living being, whether it is a small ant to a mosquito. We don't kill anything. We respect each and every life. So I was there, and a few other disciples were there at that time. So I thought, okay, why we have to walk with the grasshopper may go here and there, so better I can take it and put it in the corner. So I went forward. I took that grasshopper and I put it in the corner, and then I came back. And then as I came back, Swamiji said, "Jnanatma, do you know how many lives this soul would have taken to assume the body of a grasshopper?" And I was pretty shocked because I never thought about it in that aspect, right? The life grasshopper that too would have taken. I said, "No, Swamiji." Swamiji said it would have taken thousands of births to assume the body of a grasshopper. And then immediately I had a question. If for a grasshopper it has gone through thousands of births, what about us human beings? So I asked Swamiji, what about us human beings then? Swamiji said, we take millions of births before we assume a human body. The first human body we assume, before we assume that, we take millions of births. Means birth either as a fish or as an animal, as a dog, as a lion, as a cat. We take birth through any which way. And millions of births we have taken, each and every one of us have taken, only then assumed a human body. So after millions of births and deaths in various forms, so maybe in various ways, various beings, maybe a reptile, maybe an animal, maybe an insect, we don't know. We have gone through all of that. Finally, we have gotten this human birth, and in the human birth, you go through hundreds of thousands of births before even you are ready to hear Guru in your life. So if you are talking to somebody and the person is not able to, they don't have a Guru in their life, and they are not able to connect with you when you say about Swamiji, because that probably that soul is not yet ready. it still wants to enjoy some things which it thinks in the outer world, or maybe it wants to enjoy some more sensual pleasures, or it has to still consciously mature. We do not know. So, but even in the human birth, we take hundreds and hundreds of thousands, or sometimes even millions of human births before we are ready to experience the ultimate enlightenment, before we are ready to experience the ultimate. So Swamiji was sharing that, we take millions of births. And such a profound truth. Swamiji just said that, but the experience that I had was like, oh my God, we don't even know our past. We don't even know what we have gone through. Again, we take this human birth. Again, we do the same thing. Right? If I'm 30 years of age, 35 years before, I am with some other family in some other place, with some other ambience in some other country, maybe, I don't know, in some other religion. And then you leave that, and then now I am totally not remembering what happened, and I was a part of a different family 35 years back, and now here in this life I have taken this life of sannyas. We do this psychodrama continuously, birth and death with some person, some family, some situation, some country, some culture. Again die, take birth somewhere else. Again die, take birth somewhere else. And we don't know how to come out of it. And it is only the Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He is the only one who can liberate us from this psychodrama, the cycle of this birth and death. And that is why worshipping the Guru is considered the most sacred, and the highest form of worship is worshipping the sacred feet of the Guru. So in the Vivek Chodamani, Adi Shankaracharya so beautifully says, he says, Manushyatvam, Mumukshutvam, Mahapurusha Samshaya, means there are three most difficult things in the planet to achieve. Most difficult to get in the planet. Manushyatva, having a human body, is considered very difficult. And we have all waited for millions of years, and finally we have achieved a human body, because only a human body has a possibility for enlightenment, has a possibility for liberation. As Swamiji said, even in other vertical time zones, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Jana, Maha, Satya, none of these zones you can get enlightened. Only in Bhu, which is Bhuloka, which is planet Earth, we have the option of experiencing enlightenment and the ultimate liberation. So that is why human birth is considered very, very, very special. Now, in the human birth, the second, mumukshutva, seeking, you having that seeking in you, that, in this birth, I really want to experience the ultimate, that feeling, that seeking, getting awakened. Even in the human birth, there are billions of beings, human beings living here. Now, even in this, then it's not like everybody is having that seeking awakened in us. So there are only those of us who have that seeking. Now, in those who have a human body and in those whom seeking has awakened, the third thing most difficult to get is Mahapurusha Samshaya, which is the nearness of an enlightened being. The great blessing that somebody can have is having an avatar as your Guru. So you have a human body, you have the seeking, and you have the nearness of a great being. That's all you need to experience the ultimate. That's the three most difficult things to get. Each and every one of us listening to this. And if you're watching this live, you are listening to this message is for you. Understand, you have the most difficult thing to get, you already have. You have a human body, you have seeking awakened, and you have the avatar as a Guru. So these are the three most difficult things. And once you have a Guru, literally the Guru takes complete responsibility for you. Swamiji shoulders the responsibility for each and every one of us. He takes responsibility for our enlightenment. Swamiji takes responsibility for our growth. Swamiji takes responsibility to manifest what we want in our lives. Even once you ask something, Swamiji will ensure that you manifest it, you achieve, and you get what you want. That is what Swamiji is, and continuously showering us with what we want. Never even thinking what will they, just be with Swamiji, not without expecting any commitment from his disciples. Swamiji continues to shower and bless all of us. That is why Pratyaksha Pada Puja is considered the most sacred offering. Bhagavan Paramashivam himself has uttered in the Guru Gita, has delivered the Guru Gita. Bhagavan Paramashivam says, Dhyanamulam Guru Murti Puja Moolam Guru Padam Mantra Moolam Guru Vakyam Moksha Moolam Guru Kripa. Dhyanamulam, the root of all the meditation is the meditating on the form of the Guru. The root of worship is worshipping the sacred feet of the Guru. The root of the mantras is praying to the the listening to the words of the Guru. And the root of all the liberation is the compassion of the Guru. Just through the compassion of the Guru, Swamiji liberates and all of us. So we only are fit to have deep devotion at the divine lotus feet and offering our gratitude. Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you for happening in our lives. Thank you for protecting us, initiating us, taking care of us. Thank you so much. So you express that gratitude by offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And so you can register for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja by visiting www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And we also have an option of the Vastra Seva, where you offer the cloth to Swamiji, Devi Parashakti. So you offer to Swamiji, and the cloth that you're offering, is you're requesting Swamiji, saying, Swamiji, I really want to give something, so I'm offering this, making this cloth offering to you. So the Vastra Seva, it also happens as a Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So you will participate in the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and in the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the Vastra Seva will be offered as a part of the puja itself. So you can register. If you've already done Pratyaksha Pada Puja, maybe this time you can register for the Vastra Seva, because it is the same. In addition to Pratyaksha Pada Puja, you get to offer the Vastra to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So that is the Vastra Seva. And here you see the website kailasamailer.com/sevas, where you see, if you scroll down, you will see the upcoming events. And if you scroll below, you will see Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And in the Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan, there will be 3 steps. And the first step is where you fill out the registration form. Here you see the intention form here. That's the step 1. Step 2 is you make your offering. So you make any kind of an offering or you can choose what offering you would like to make. So here, if you actually click on this step 2, it takes you to this page, Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan donations. And in that, you can choose the sevas, what seva that you would like to offer. If you click on the drop-down box, it will open a list of sevas. And when you choose a specific seva, here we have chosen Vastra Seva, you can see the amount immediately appears below. Then click on Add to Cart. Now you can increase, like let's say if you want to offer the Vastra Seva and your sister also wants to offer it separately, you can increase the quantity to 2 and you can offer. So, and then you, in the Add to Cart, here you come and you can check the total amount. And you see the amount, and then you proceed to checkout. Now, as you proceed to checkout, it takes you to the final page where you enter your billing details, your credit card information, you enter all your details, and then you come down and you click on I agree to the terms and conditions, and then on the right side, you click on place order. So you can place an order. You can also choose multiple, like if you say you want to do 1 Vastra Seva, 1 Pada Puja, 1 Sankalpa, 1 Swarnamati, you can do all of that. So here it gives you multiple options. You can just click on Add to Cart and then click the back button in the browser, and then you can choose Add to Cart. So it will choose multiple items and you can just pay all at once. So that way it will be very convenient for you. So, and then after you actually make the payment, once you have placed the order and you make the payment, there is the final form, which is the payment form and the Sankalpa form. So basically, you will, in this form, you will fill out the form. It's a Google form. You will fill out the form and you will say that, okay, I have initiated the payment of, let's say, $2016 for 2 Vastra Sevas, and I want the Sankalpa name to be chanted for all my family members. You will write down their names. So here you see, you basically fill the basic details, the first name, last name, email, phone, etc. And then in the bottom, you come and choose the offerings. What offerings you are going to make. You choose that and then you click on next. Here you see Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. You click on that, and then there are certain terms and conditions. You say yes to all of that. You click on next, and then in the next page, it will show you the the various offerings. So you can enter your payment details, and you can also enter the names of the family members whom you want benefited from this Vastra Seva. Oh, so now the next segment. In the next segment, I would like to share with you about the upcoming very, very, very special event. I would like to share with you after a very short break. So we'll be right back with you, and I'm going to share with you about the upcoming events and what is the significance of those events.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashian.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world.
Nityanandam, and welcome back, dear viewers. So in the, I would like to share with you about, in the next segment of the program, I'd like to share with you about the upcoming very, very, very special event, which is happening on the day of the solar eclipse, the 4th of December. So the December 4th is a solar eclipse that's happening, and the timing of the solar eclipse comes from 10:53 a.m. Indian Standard Time to 3 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And because it's also the day of the new moon, we will be having our Maheshwar Puja as well. So we have a very special event on that day where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coming live to bless us all with 4 initiations. We have 4 initiations that Supreme Pontiff is going to bless each and every one of us with. The Shiva Diksha, level 1 initiation, also called as Samaya Diksha. The Vishesha Diksha initiation, also called as the Shiva Diksha level 2. The Healer's initiation. The Nityananda, you will be initiated to become a Nityananda spiritual healer, to heal yourself and heal others, and the unclutching initiation. So these are the 4 initiations, all happening on the same day at the time of eclipse. Now, all these coming together means something. Yes, solar eclipse is a great possibility for enlightenment. And we are also blessed that the Supreme Pontiff himself is gracing all of us, blessing all of us with these darshans and initiations, especially in the Grahana Kala. As per the Agama, the Hindu scriptures talks very clearly what you should do and what you should not do during the Grahana Kala. You should not be taking bath during the Grahana Kala, and during the Grahana Kala, do not consume any food, and also spend your time in spiritual practices. And for us, we don't have to do any spiritual practice. Swamiji has done spiritual practice on behalf of all of us. We just have to come and receive the experience, receive the initiation. So it's open for anybody and everybody. And the program actually starts in the morning at around 6 o'clock with the Maheshwara Puja. 6:30 is the Maheshwara Puja. And after the Maheshwara Puja, around 7:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time, we will be preparing all the viewers for receiving the initiation. You need to know what is Shiva Diksha, what are the benefits of receiving Shiva Diksha, and what are the things that I need to be aware of when I am taking the Shiva Diksha. So we will be preparing all of you. So from morning 7:30 a.m. to almost 11 a.m. Till the eclipse starts. And then once the preparation is done, then the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be coming live and giving us the initiation. It's very powerful. In Hinduism, please understand, we have utilized every opportunity for enlightenment. Every opportunity is for enlightenment. Education for enlightenment, job for enlightenment, marriage for enlightenment, career for enlightenment. Even if you build a house, it is for enlightenment. Anything you do is for enlightenment. You go to the temple for enlightenment. During the Grahana, the eclipse time, use it for enlightenment. Every action, everything in this lifestyle is infused and it's supported in such a way that human beings constantly progressing on their path towards enlightenment. So it's a very powerful, greater science of Hinduism. And the solar eclipse time is considered extremely auspicious for spiritual practice. Typically, if you Google about solar eclipse and its side effect, you will see a lot of articles that are out there which says, human beings will feel a little low, you may go through a low curve, you may have depression, you may not know how to handle yourself. All this kind of information is there. However, Hinduism says that all you need to do is connect with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and make yourself available. That's all. You don't need to sit and do the puja for 5 hours, or you don't need to sit and chant the mantra for 10 hours. No. All you have to do is log in your device and attend the initiation no matter what. Now, because the program starts with the main initiation time is from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. IST. So in terms of the US, it could be night time for you, but fortunately 4th December happens to be a Saturday. So it could be a Friday night out for you. So you'll have to, maybe depending on which time zone you are in, you may have to stay up a little later in the night that day. But I'm sure it's more than well worth it. So none of us would want to miss, and it's a Friday night. You don't want to. The Friday night in the US means movie theaters and bars and whatnot. But a Friday night for a Kailashian means sitting with the avatar. So we are all going to join this session with the avatar, and all you have to do is just tune into the Kailasa social media platforms: YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, wherever we are live. Just sit. After a long time, we are going to be having the healer's initiation, live initiation. Anybody can, anybody and everybody is eligible for this initiation. However, there are certain lifestyle guidelines when you are taking some initiations. Let's say, for example, Vishesha Diksha. That is a lifestyle requirement that you will have to follow a vegetarian diet. Similarly, each of these initiations have their specific context. So you need to be prepared. So we will be informing you about all of that, and get ready. December 4th, we have the Maheshwara Puja, and we have the 4 special Dikshas initiated, and the Supreme Pontiff is initiating the whole world into. So do not miss, and please share this information with your friends and family. So go ahead and virally share this information. Let nobody miss the Grahana Kala. It's called the Punya Grahana Kala, where you use it for your auspicious, experiencing that auspiciousness and enlightenment. So the solar eclipse is a great possibility for enlightenment. I invite each and every one of you to join us. Inform all your Sangha members. Ensure we have maximum viewers ensuring and attending and receiving the initiation. So the next event that we are having on the 4th of December is also the Maheshwara Puja, the best ritual to liberate the soul. So let us understand what is Maheshwara Puja. Maheshwara Puja in Hinduism is Hinduism's most ancient ritual prevalent today. The ritual is offered in the memory of a person who is no more. Maheshwara Puja is offered by the loved ones of the deceased to bring about an intense completion inside of us. So any of your near and dear ones, they left their body recently and you want to receive Swamiji's blessings for that soul and really want to help them in whatever way you can, the best thing that you can do is offer the Maheshwara Puja. Now, during the Maheshwara Puja, the incarnation completes with the departed souls. Maheshwara Puja instantly bestows the performer with a peace, completion, and emotional relief to smoothly recover from the trauma of the loss of the loved one. So, in the Maheshwara Puja, actually, it is a puja that you offer to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the puja itself is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism partaking that pinda. Here you see Swamiji having his meals. So it's not like Swamiji is having his food, that is a puja, no. It is a very ancient ritual where the stomach of the sannyasi is considered as, is directly linked to the completion of the departed soul. So when the incarnation puts the food and that food satiates that hunger, that completion is linked to the completion of the departed soul. So the completion means living and acting without any hangover of the past incident, words, and during the Maheshwara Puja, your request for completion is offered in the form of a bhiksha, the food to the avatar incarnations. Only the avatar can trace the departed soul in the cosmos and relieve both you and that being, the departed soul, of the incompletion. So the completion happens in both levels. Swamiji completes you if you are having any kind of a fear or stress, or you are depressed because somebody in your close circle left their lives, or you're feeling so uninspired, so many different ways, whatever you feel, all these are incompletions. So Swamiji completes you, so you live a life of powerfulness, and Swamiji completes the other being, the departed soul. Now, where can you offer the farewell ritual for completion with ancestors? Both Gaya, in Gaya, where Buddha became enlightened, where Bhagavan Vishnu's feet are worshipped. The place is well known for the energy and energy of the Pinda Shraddha for completion with the departed souls. Badri, in Badrikashrama, Bhagavan Kalamerava himself receives a Brahma Kapala holding Brahma's skull, receives the Pinda and offers it to Bhagavan Vishnu on our behalf. Manasarovar near Kailasa is also the place where the last rites are done. Now, when you offer the Maheshwara Puja, it is a way of you expressing your gratitude to that being. Let's say, for example, somebody in your close family left their body, and you are saying, oh God, they have taken care of me so much. I want to do something for them, but they are no longer living. So what can I do? So the avatar is said to be all the three, the Brahma's Kapala, the Kalabhairava's body, and Vishnu's feet. So when you offer the Maheshwara Puja to the avatar, it is equivalent to offering the Brahma Kapala, the Brahma's body, Kalabhairava's body, and Vishnu's feet. It is equivalent to all the three. Now, if it so happens that the departed soul has already taken the next birth, by offering the Maheshwara Puja, you will be relieving them of their karmas, and suddenly the soul starts progressing in their journey wherever he needs to progress. So the ritual is like completing the completions at both ends. It is the blessing of an incarnation when he sits and accepts the Maheshwara Puja. The various ways, see, what is Maheshwara Puja, right? It is a way where the Supreme Pontiff connects with the departed soul and liberates them. Now, it can even be like, let's say, for example, your great-grandfather left a huge inheritance for you and he left the body. You have never probably met him, but you feel like, oh God, without even knowing me, he has, because of him, the whole family is, is doing very well today. And you really want to do something for him. All you need to do is, if you have a picture, you can offer the Maheshwara Puja. The Apta Pramana is a beautiful story of King Bhagiratha, who invokes Ma Ganga for liberation. His Pitrus were not liberated, and Bhagiratha took the responsibility to liberate them. So what he did, he prayed to Bhagavan Brahma, and Brahma blessed him, and he said, okay, I will allow Ganga to flow through, but you should be able to withhold her ferociousness. Then Bhagavan Paramashiva comes, Ganga flows on the Jata. Through the Jatas, she flows down the planet Earth, so the planet Earth is not able to, doesn't have to handle the ferociousness of Ganga. You can skip, you can move on to the, skip the story. So this is what Bhagiratha did to offer his, to liberate his ancestors just by washing their the sacred ash in the Ganga's water. So from that time we know how the tarpanas are done and how the departed soul actually receives the blessings of this the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here you see the story of Bhagiratha. And what are the things that you need for Maheshwara Puja? First, the Maheshwara Puja offering is $2,008. You can register by visiting www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. You need to collect the pictures of all the departed souls in the family. Up to 10 pictures you can submit. And we will have a form where you need to fill out the names and how you can upload the pictures of the departed souls and the names of the living family members. So the family member's name is for you to receive the benefit of the Maheshwara Puja, the completion and the benefit, and the departed soul. The uploading you need to do only for the departed soul. Maheshwara Puja is an offering of Bhiksha, the food to the avatar, along with all his monastic disciples, sannyasis, and brahmacharis in the path of sannyas. In this puja, the sannyasis are treated as Lord Paramashiva himself and are offered Bhiksha and fed. Here you see, the tradition says that offering food to the avatar is equivalent to feeding 10,000 hungry people. The best place on the planet Earth to give the Pinda Tarpana is the completion with the living and those who left the body is the stomach of a sannyasi. That is the Jata Ragni, the digestive fire of the sannyasi is the best one to offer your Pinda Tarpana. Here you are not even offering to just a sannyasi. Here this is the avatar, the incarnation of Paramashiva. So there is a beautiful reference in the Somasambhu Padati where it says the sannyasis and brahmanas who have been performed a living, who have been initiated into Shivadiksha are eligible to be appointed as the representatives of Pitrus in the Shraddha. So the various ways you can offer the Maheshwara Puja. If there are departed souls for whom you have not offered the Maheshwara Puja, please go ahead and offer. The Shraddha reaches the Pitrus directly. The Maheshwara Puja is 1,000 times greater than offering any Shraddha or any Pinda. In any river, any water body, any lake, any holy land, any holy place, the whole reason being sannyasis intend only to have enlightenment, having renounced all their desires and needs. So serving them with an intention of completion brings about the same effect in the departed soul and helps them attain enlightenment and get merged with the cosmos. Like I said earlier, everything in Sanatana Hindu Dharma is linked to enlightenment. Anything and everything we do is only for enlightenment. So just a quick recap of all the upcoming events. We have the next upcoming event on the 4th of December, morning 6:30 a.m. is Maheshwara Puja, and followed by the preparation for the 4 initiations. And finally at 11 a.m. we will be having the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, initiating us into Shivadiksha level 1, Shivadiksha level 2, Healer's initiation, and the unclutching initiation. Don't miss it, and do share this with your friends and family. So with that, we come to the conclusion of today's program. We will now be moving on to watching a satsang delivered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we will now be completing this session with the Purna Mantra. And let's get ready to watch these sessions. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva.